Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are LA.
Last night at the Big A, Albert Pujols came to the plate in the bottom of the eighth with a man on, down by a run.
First one on the way. In the air to deep left field. Forget about it. Gone. Big fly for Albert Pujols for the Blue Angels.
It is a beautiful afternoon for baseball. That late afternoon start, 4:05 here at the Big A, as the Angels wrap up the homestand, the 8-game homestand, with the finale, the 2-game sit against the Chicago Cubs. Hi, everybody, from inside the Big A and alongside my partner, Mark Gubiza. I'm Victor Rojas. So glad you could join us for Angels baseball here on Fox Sports West. And as we just saw, Albert Pujols came through in the clutch last night. And, of course, it's the first time he's done that late in a ball game. He's had a walk-off win. As a matter of fact, go back to that Houston Astros series. Big walk-off win for the Angels in that one. But the long ball seems to be prevalent with Albert Pujols, and it just looks better when he hits the long ball.
No question about it, Victor. And his approach last night, especially late in the game there, was what we've seen from Albert Pujols in the past. During the game yesterday, we showed his difference from last year to this year as far as the split screen and seeing what kind of a difference as far as generating the bat speed, generating the power. On the left was a situation where a longer stride, he's trying to force the bat speed through, and he's able to pull off pitches a little bit too much. But last night, shorter stride through the baseball, got his hands tucked in, and drove that ball a long, long way to left field. 2-run home run, that being the winning runs with Albert Pujols. 85-mile-an-hour fastball. Baseball off the bat, 106 miles per hour. So he got the bat speed throw generated, shorter stride, much more conducive to what we've seen to Albert Pujols in the past. You mentioned what he's done in the past. 28 times with the Cardinals, he had that home run late like that after the 7th inning. First time as an Angel. Maybe that's something that spurs him on and allows him to be that leader that this club so desperately needs. Get that swing back, especially late in the ball game. Look for that from the machine to come through once again.
As the Cubs television personality Len Casper told me last night and again today, I've seen way too much of that in my career as the Cubs television announcer. Matt Garza, Jason Vargas this afternoon. We're just about ready for baseball, so sit back and relax. We're going to bring you the lineups to the first pitch when we return. Back out here at the Big A, game number 2, the finale of this 2-game set between the Angels and the Cubs getting ready to take place. Jason Vargas and the Angels taking the field, not wasting any time. Vargas, the reigning American League Pitcher of the Month for May. Mike Scioscia is going over some of the ground rules here. We'll see if the Angels can kind of carry over what they did last night, picking up the win late in the ballgame, because that's what they were doing during that 8-game winning streak. Everybody was contributing, and they were doing it late in the game. So hopefully that's the start of something good, especially with Vargas on the hill. Let's take a look at the Cubs lineup as presented by Dale Swaim, the skipper of the Chicago Cubs. They come into this one 10 games under 500 with a 23-33 mark. Different lineup with a lefty on the mound. Darwin Barney will lead things off at second base. Cody Ransom is at third. Anthony Rizzo at first base. Alfonso Soriano gets a start at left. Scott Harrison sees action for the first time in the series. He's out in right field. Wellington Castillo is doing the catching. Starlin Castro, the shortstop. Deanna Navarro, the switch hitting catcher, will serve as a DH today. And it is Ryan Sweeney in center field and batting ninth. They'll take on Jason Vargas, who comes into this one with a 5-3 record.
Boy, it was outstanding in the month of May. 5-0 with an ERA 2.30. 4-1 this year at the Big A with a 2.53. 7-2 overall pitching here in Anaheim's always like pitching in this ballpark. Early part of the game, once those shadows come into effect, they're going to be even more difficult to hit. Jason Vargas, 88-89 with the fastball. Great changeup both sides of the plate. Good curveball, good slider from Vargas.
Now let's check out the defense behind Jason Vargas this afternoon, late afternoon. J.B. Shuck at left, Mike Trout at center. Josh Hamilton is in right. The infield consists of Alberto Callaspo, Eric Ibar, Howie Kendrick, and Mark Trumbull from third to first, and Chris Inetta behind the plate.
And with Vargas on the hill, Callaspo is going to be involved in a lot of ground balls. Yes, he's had troubles in the last 3 games, 4 errors for him, but prior to that, just 1 error in his first 49 games this year. So he's been struggling lately, mainly with the throw, but he's going to be active here today with Vargas on the hill.
Darwin Barney, the second baseman, ready to lead things off. Mike Scioscia was having an extended conversation with Jim Joyce, last night's home plate umpire, serving as the third base umpire today. First one to Barney, misses inside. 215 average for the Cubs second baseman, a couple of home runs and 8 runs batted in. In the ninth spot last night, going 1 for 4 with a single as he looks at a strike. We've been told that Dale Swaim has a right-handed lineup and a left-handed lineup. And now we have seen both. It's a completely different look for the Cubs. 1-1 pitch. 1-2 now.
Well, it's reminiscent when I used to see when I first came up, the Detroit Tigers and Baltimore Orioles had that similar type of lineups where they platooned a lot of different players. So if you know your role, you're going to be prepared when your manager puts you out in those situations.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Barney. There's out number 1. Up steps the veteran Cody Ransom.
What a beautiful day here today.
A cloud in the sky, slight little breeze blowing out to left. Folks still strolling into the ballpark.
When you talked to Howie Kendrick before the game, so important as the offense gets going for the Angels to score early, because that right around that 5:30 range becomes more difficult for a hitter to be able to track a baseball with the shadows come into play.
First one to Ransom is in for a strike. Ransom, 37 years of age. Been around a while. Been 221 with the Cubs this year. 4 home runs, 6 runs batted in. This one's popped up on the infield. Howie Kendrick looks like he's taking charge and makes the catch right behind the mound for round number 2.
What we've seen from Howie, he doesn't seem to have an issue with those high pop-ups at the stadium. Everyone else kind of looks around open, and Howie makes the call for the baseball. You can see him smile, look around the infield. Yeah, I got you guys covered.
Is it more so that Howie actually sees the baseball and is able to take charge there, or the other guys just don't want any part of it?
I think it's a combination of both.
There.
And he gets that smile going.
Here's Anthony Rizzo, the first baseman. He'll look at his strike. Yeah, collectively on the infield, the ball goes up in the air. Everyone says, Howie.
Howie, where you at?
Howie, where are you?
Boy, Jamie Quirk, their bench coach for the Cubs, behind the plate, did not like catching pop-ups. He would just stand there and look and hope that somebody else would pick him up.
This one bounced toward first. Trumbo's got him. He'll feed Vargas, and Jason has himself a 1-2-3 top of the first. Ivar, Trout, and Pujols for the Angels as we head to the bottom of the first with no score. Mike Scioscia starting 9 for this afternoon's game. The Angels at 26-33, tied for third in the American League West. 10 games back of the Texas Rangers. Eric Ivar leading things off at shortstop. Mike Trout at center. Albert Pujols back in that DH spot. Mark Trumbo gets it started first. Josh Hamilton in right. Howie Kendrick at second. Alberto Callastro's at third base. Chris Inett is doing the catching. And J.B. Shuck will bat ninth and play left field as they take on the 29-year-old right-hander native of Fresno, California by the name of Matt Garza.
Matt Garza, good fastball with sink action, 90 to 95 range. There's a hard slider, curveball, changeup, but mainly fastball slider from Garza. Battling back from a number of arm problems, but fields his position exceptionally well. Very active on the mound. There's a lot of strikes, very aggressive on the mound.
Defensively for the Cubs this afternoon, Soriano, Sweeney, and Hairston from left to right in the outfield. Ransom, Castro, Barney, and Rizzo from third to first. Castillo back behind the plate.
Darwin Barney, second base for the Cubs, won the Gold Glove. Last year was outstanding. Had 141 straight games without an error. Just 2 errors this year. Very good second baseman. Could turn double plays very well. One of the best in the business. And if you ever get a chance to watch some of his instructional videos as far as pivoting on that base at second base, if you're a youngster, get that opportunity and watch him play second base.
I had that conversation with Bobby Grich yesterday, right before batting practice. He was talking specifically about Eric Ivar and just in general about infielders. And all you're asking for out of an infielder is take that little prep step as the pitch is being thrown. And all I'm asking for, 130 pitches in a game? Takes 1 second. So 2 minutes out of a game, that little prep step to get ready.
Yeah, it's
as
fun
that pitch is being delivered.
When you're coaching high school baseball, you can tell that. You can see that. That gets them in position to be able to react quicker on a baseball hit to the left or to the right. But Barney's very good as far as fielding. His 2 errors made in his entire career at second base.
Yeah, he is fun to watch. Matt Garza finally ready to go here. Ibar shows bunt, takes up and away, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Garza, after 1 pitch, wants a new baseball. He certainly marches to the beat of his own drum, that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of starting pitchers like to get out there and start throwing right away. There was no sense of urgency for Garza to get out to the mound.
No. Ransom in at third, as is Rizzo at first, and Ibar loops this one out to center. Sweeney is there. And there's the first down here at the bottom of the first. Garza in the last year of his contract missed the last 2 months of last year with a stress reaction in his right elbow, and then this year, back in mid-February, had a strained left lat that put him on the disabled list, and that's why he's just now getting his season underway. But his name has been bandied about quite a bit as far as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline, July 31st. Possible trade target as Mike Trout settles into the batter's box and swings the first one. This one out to shallow right center field. Sweeney is there. 2 outs. And before Albert Pujols steps to the plate, we'll check out our Hyundai key to the game.
Boy, we're going with it's been a while. I stained for this club to be able to catch that momentum after the players' meeting with Mike Scioscia after the game, after Houston left town. All of a sudden, Albert Pujols, 2-run home run in the 8th. You wonder if there's any carryover effect. That feeling of all of a sudden you feel like you're the better team when you take that baseball field. You need that feeling once again.
Albert Pujols will step up now with 2 outs, bases clear. 3 pitches thrown by Matt Garza. Albert hitting .244, 9 home runs, 35 runs batted in. 1 for 3 yesterday. As he shoots this one to the alley in left center field, Sweeney's not going to get there. One hopper to the wall. Albert turns it on, heading towards second base. Sweeney's throw is not in time. What's 3 consecutive games we've seen a play at second base, potential of a play, and the second baseman or the shortstop not coming up with the throw from the outfielder.
It's almost as if they're not anticipating even being a play at the base. Pujols, great balance once again, shorter stride and threw the baseball. Just like we showed in the opening on the home run ball he hit yesterday. This is a great swing for him here. 1 hops the wall. Sweeney did a great job fielding with the bare hand and throwing into second base.
Yeah, he didn't concede a double. More times than not, you'll see that throw going to the shortstop as he's aligned to third base, conceding the double.
Well, it's still considering that Albert Pujols has 13 doubles dealing with that knee and foot issue. Is truly amazing for Pujols.
Yep. And scoring position for Mark Trumbo. Takes a big rip there, fouls it straight back. Trumbo hitting .263, 13 home runs. 38 runs batted in after going 0 for 4 last night. Oh, 1 pitch. Breaking pitch off the end of the bat toward first base. Picked up by Garza, flips it to Rizzo, and the inning comes to an end. A 2-out double stranded in scoring position. 1 complete here at the Big A. We're scoreless. Who's saying, take me out to the ball game, the best at Wrigley Field? Ozzy Osbourne, Bill Murray, or Jim Belushi. Hashtags are to the right. Send us a tweet at Fox Sports West. You know what I think we should do? Today shouldn't be the final. We should carry this one into that 2-game series at Wrigley Field in July.
I agree.
Can we do that?
I like that.
Can we break the rules?
No, especially since we're going to Wrigley Field. Yes,
right.
Got to do that.
All right. Alfonso Soriano swings the first one, drives one out to right field. Moving back on it is Hamilton, and it's off the wall. Soriano on his way to second. He's there with a double. Hamilton had trouble with that baseball the entire way.
He was drifting back to the wall, trying to be able to pick the baseball up at some point. Started drifting back, trying to find the wall and tried to find the baseball at the same time, but the ball off the wall and off his body. Well, the reaction, you could tell he didn't really see where the ball was or knew necessarily where the wall was either. But off the wall, off the body, Soriano with a lead-off double. Double number 14 for Soriano.
First one to Scott Harrison's in for a strike. Harrison hitting 171, 5 home runs, 14 runs batted in. 38th game for him. Soriano now 4 for 8 in his career against Jason Vargas. 0-2 count. Jason, the last time out, picked up the W. That was against the Dodgers on May the 30th. 2 runs on 5 hits and 7 innings of work through 97 pitches in that contest. 3-2 Angels win. Soriano with a big lead at second. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Hairston. There's out number 1. Hairston swung at that pitch as if he never saw it.
Well, you don't see too often where a left-handed pitcher will throw a changeup on the inside corner against a right-handed batter. That's part of the reason that swing was like that from Hairston. But he has such a great feel for that changeup. He'll throw it both inside and outside against right-handed batters. Same thing with a lefty. You have to have a great feel for that pitch to do that. His grip very similar to Jared Weaver's grip on the changeup that we showed last night.
Bouncer to the right side. Kendrick to his left. 2 outs. Castillo goes down on the ground. Down. Soriano advances to third.
That's why that strikeout was so important. Vargas, 5 different grips for his pitches. He's got a 4-seam fastball. See in the top left, 2-seam fastball that creates a sink action. His slider, almost a knuckle curveball. And of course, the changeup, very similar to that grip that he throws like Jared Weaver. More so they learned at Long Beach State, have the thumb underneath. It's similar to a circle changeup, but not quite the same, but same type of reaction on the baseball.
Starlin Castro, the shortstop, takes down and in. 253 average for the Cubs shortstop. 3 home runs, 21 runs batted in. Went 0 for 4 yesterday. 1 ground out and 3 fly ball outs for Castro. Lead off double by Soriano as he stands at third base. 1-0. It's down and in. 2 balls to no strikes. Limited experience for a lot of these guys against Jason Vargas. David DeJesus has 9 at-bats. He's 0 for 9, not in the lineup today. Soriano, 7, now 8 at-bats. The 2-0 outside. 3 balls and no strikes.
See if Vargas can work his way back in the count here. Navarro on deck. He's had a big game just a few games ago, a 3 home run game for him.
And that's a 4-pitch walk. That'll bring up Deanna Navarro. Navarro serving as Dale Swaim's DH tonight. Switch hitting catcher. 230 with 6 home runs and 14 runs batted in. Navarro 2 for 6 in his career against Vargas. Trying to work around that leadoff double. First one on the way. It's down and away. So that's 5 out of the strike zone for Vargas. Looks a little upset at himself. So Chris Ionetta's going to go out there and talk things over.
Good decision by Ionetta to go out to talk to Vargas. Every one of those pitches have been away, so he's pulling off his pitch. Very good balance generally for Vargas on the pitching rubber, but when you drift forward, you have to try to play catch up with your arm, and that forces your elbow down and out of the strike zone with your delivery.
Navarro's hit better from the right side than the left side this year. Limited plate appearances, 6 for 13 from the right side. That's a .462 batting average. Had a 3-homer game against the White Sox on May 29th as that pitch is down low. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. First Cubs catcher to hit 3 home runs in a game since George Mitterwald, April 17, 1974. It's the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's ahead of the count at 2-0 with runners at first and third and 2 outs, and he pulls this one down the left field line. It is hooking foul, though. Goes into the seats. Nice play down there.
Well, that's designed to get him out in front on a fastball, almost a BP type fastball from Vargas to Navarro. He pulls it foul. Now you try to work back. Now you can use your changeup away. Once you got your good release point back with the fastball.
Two 2-1 pitch. Swing to miss. Good off speed. 2-2.
You got to go right back with that exact same pitch. His changeup. Once you get that release point back with the fastball, the pitch before, it's right back in for him. Throw over the first base, looks like first.
Castro back. Cubs yesterday, 8 hits, as did the Angels. Robert Coelho picked up the win in relief. Second of the year. Lester Frieri notches 13th save.
The reason why you do that is to make sure Castro doesn't start the run and then force a potential rundown with Soriano's speed at third to try to steal a run.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Navarro. Third strikeout of the ball game for Jason Vargas. We will head to the bottom of the second with no score.
Great changeup. The pitch before, changeup also. Fastball got back in the count, then back-to-back. Great changeup. Vargas gets Navarro swinging out in front, no contact. Finish off the inning. 3 punch-outs in a game for Jason Vargas.
won his last 4 home starts. He's done a terrific job here throughout his career. He's got good numbers here at the Big A. Here at the bottom of the second with no score. The Angels will set up Hamilton, Kendrick, and Cayaspo against Matt Garza. The Angels in that first inning very aggressive against Garza early on in the count. Albert Pujols picked up a double with 2 outs and was stranded there at scoring position. Hamilton hitting .217, 8 home runs, 18 runs batted in. 1 for 4 game yesterday. A leadoff double in the 7th, though. Eventually scored on the single by Howie Kendrick. Cut the Angels' deficit to 1. He will look at a fastball that misses downstairs. Hamilton has the most experience against Matt Garza. 2 for 15 in his career against him. No home runs, no runs batted in. Fouls this one back to the left.
Well, Hamilton had that good at bat in the 7th inning, a leadoff double. Got things rolling in the comeback last night against the Cubs.
Eric Ibar with a leadoff single to start the 8th inning. Playing him to pull on the infield. Ransom way off the line at third base. Castro toward the middle. This one's yanked and over the glove of Anthony Rizzo into right field. Hamilton's thinking about 2. The throw from Hairston is not in time. Leadoff double for Josh Hamilton, his 9th of the year.
Well, again, another leadoff double, get things started. Right over the head of Rizzo at first. Not easy to do to get over his head at first base.
It's a big target over there.
Breaking ball that stayed up. Hamilton, good swing through it. Good balance. Stayed back with his hands and then threw the baseball over the head of Rizzo for a double. Little different outfield here today for the Cubs as far as arm strength. Hairston can play a number of positions, but not the arm strength that Schierholtz has in right field.
No.
More aggressive against Hairston.
Howie drives one out to deep right center field. This ball is hit well at the wall. Gone! A big fly for Howie Kendrick. 2-0 Angels.
Boy, what a swing for Howie Kendrick. Boy, he continues to crush the baseball to that side of the field. His 8th home run, 32nd RBI for Howie Kendrick. Got to pitch up. His job was to try to hit the ball to that side of the field. It was elevated enough for him to get the good part of the bat, and with the carry in the late afternoon here, gets out of the ballpark, right center field for Howie. When that conversation we had early today, he said, hey, I'm going to try to get a good swing early because you got to score some runs and get some good at-bats before those shadows come in, more difficult to hit.
Howie had a 3-for-3 game yesterday. 1 for 1 today. 2-run home run. Cayaspo bounces one over the mound toward second base. Darwin Barney fields it and cleanly fires to first to get Cayaspo for the first down here in the second.
We talked about how good Barney is in second. No panic at all. High chopper. Most times you think you're going to try to barehand that baseball and throw out. Cayaspo going down the line, but knew he wasn't out of the batter's box particularly quick. So he was able to field it and then transfer. Strong throw gets him out at first.
1 out, bases clear for Chris Iannetta, the catcher. Chris last night had a walk, a fly ball to center, and a strikeout. 0 for 2 game. Swings through the first one. And it's 0-1. Iannetta hitting .217 with 5 home runs. 18 runs batted in. .366 on base percentage for him. It's off the plate. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Garza, originally a first-round pick, 25th overall by the Minnesota Twins out of Fresno State back in 2005. Made 18 starts last year for the Cubs before getting shut down those final 2 months of the season. At 5-7 with a 3.91 ERA. This being his 3rd season in Chicago. And a proud owner of a no-hitter as a member of the Tampa Bay Rays. 2 balls, 2 strikes. July 26, 2010 against the Tigers.
At that point, the first
Yep.
ever for Tampa Bay Ray.
Yep.
And last year we saw the first ever no-hitter for a New York Met,
Yep.
Johan Santana. But still, I never believed that over the years, the great pitchers they had in New York. They might see another one here or there with Matt Harvey on the hill.
He went around to the breaking ball. Inetta's a strikeout victim. 2 outs here in the second. And as J.B. Shuck steps to the plate, we'll take a look at our Kia standings in the American League West. The Angels, as we pointed out, tied with Seattle. 3rd place, 10 games back. Oakland has won today. They defeated the Milwaukee Brewers. Texas playing Boston. And the Mariners, I think they're still playing in extra innings. In the bottom of the 12th inning with the White Sox, 0-0 tie.
Iwakuma throwing the ball
Yeah.
incredibly well for Seattle today. Chicago just trying to somehow find a way to get a win.
Axelrod went for Chicago 5 1/3. Iwakuma went 8 innings and gave up just 3 hits, struck out 5. 0-1 to JB. That is yanked down the right field line. This one's got the right distance. If it's fair, it's gone. That's gone. A big fly for JB Shuck. Anthony Rizzo can't believe the call, so this will be reviewed. I'm almost guaranteeing it. Garza's going crazy on the mound. Dale Swain is walking out. Jeff Nelson, the first base umpire, made the call immediately without any hesitation. So as it stands right now, it is 3-0 Angels.
That would be his first major league home run for J.B. Shuck. We're going to check out the video to see if it did indeed stay fair.
Now, as a hitter, you would have some sort of idea if it was fair or foul. The ball disappeared, so it looked like it went to the right of that foul pole.
Well, I'd be doing the same thing too if I was
Yeah.
on the mound. I would say, no, there's no doubt it's foul.
Yeah, I mean, and Garza's got that angle because he's over on the mound there. Anthony Rizzo immediately, the first baseman, threw his hands up in disbelief. He's right there next to Jeff Nelson as that call was made.
Well, they're going to get this one right, one way or the other.
You're absolutely positive of that.
Yes.
Dale Swain didn't even have to walk out. They had already made the decision to talk it over.
Well, Jeff Nelson started walking in right away after he made the call. We're getting help from his fellow umpires. Go in and review it now.
Well, on that one there,
yeah, you can see the baseball all the way through. I think it's to the right of the foul pole. Maybe Shuck's got a good poker face working right now, thinking that's a home run. There's no doubt in my mind.
so Garza will get a couple of warm-up pitches here as we await the return of the other 3 umpires. Nelson, Hickox, and Joyce. Going to review it. J.B. Shuck did the right thing. Took his helmet off, celebrated. And,
Got in there as quick as possible.
I'll take it.
It wasn't me.
That's right.
It's like if you make a noise in school when you were younger. Hey, it wasn't me.
That's right.
You start writing down your notes right away.
There's a foul ball. So the call overturned, and J.B. Shuck will step back to the plate. 2-0 Angels.
See if we can pull Darryl Motley. Remember Game 7 of the World Series when we played St. Louis? He had a foul home run in the first inning, came right back and hit a fair home run. Very next pitch.
0-2 count now on J.B. Shuck. Hitting 278, has 6 doubles, 1 triple, 10 runs batted in. 0 for 2 yesterday. Two 2-0 Angels. Howie Kendrick following up the leadoff double by Josh Hamilton with a 2-run home run. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Eric Ibar, the leadoff man on deck. 1-2. This one pulled foul. So J.B. Shuck, proud owner of his first overturned home run of his career. Hopefully he gets that baseball back. Got to celebrate it.
There was probably somebody running down there to make sure he got the baseball originally.
1-2 again. Just off the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Both starters with a lot of pitches in their second inning. Vargas worked around a leadoff double by Alfonso Soriano. Now the 2-2. Grounded toward the middle. Castro, the shortstop, to his left, gets rid of it quickly, and there's the 3rd out of the inning. But the Angels strike for 2. Leadoff double by Josh Hamilton down the right field line. Then Howie Kendrick picking up his 8th home run of the year. 2-run shot. 2 in the books. So lead is 2-0. Nothing lead as we start to 3rd.
And stick around for the Carl's Jr. Sports Update coming up later in the game. Tonight's headlines: superstar suspensions, possibly, and welcome to Clayton's pace.
I'm intrigued.
I know you are. Just relax. I'll give you about 3 or 4 innings just to contemplate where I'm going with those headlines.
All right, fair enough. Cubs setting up 9-1-2 here in the 3rd against Vargas. Sweeney, Barney, and then Ransom. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sweeney's done a nice job since joining the Cubs. .351 in 21 games. Has a home run, 4 runs batted in. 3-hit game yesterday, 3 for 4 as that pitch missed in. It's 2 balls and a strike.
Now hitting .328 in his career versus the Angels. That's in 180 at bats, 59 hits.
A 3-1 count. Vargas with 3 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 hit allowed. 1-2-3 first inning. This one out toward right center field. Trout giving chase, moving to his left, dives and has it go off his glove. Sweeney's on his way to third. A leadoff triple for Sweeney. Interesting how that ball stayed right near Trout. That's what allowed Sweeney to get to third base.
Yeah, because Hamilton was there for protection as far as trying to get the baseball in as quick as possible after Trout was able to leave his feet and try to catch this ball in the air. Well, he makes a great effort. Diving just right his glove off the wall, then under his body. Ryan Sweeney continues to swing the bat well against the Angels.
First triple of the year. He's over at third base. Back to the top of the order, Darwin Barney, the second baseman. Fouls off the first one. Barney a strikeout victim to start the game off, so he's 0 for 1. Infield back, the exception being Mark Trumbo at first base. Oh, 1 pitch. Breaking ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, we were looking at each other when we saw that Ryan Sweeney was in the lineup batting left hand against Vargas, but hitting against lefties this year, 400, 4 for 10. Got now 5 for 11 with that triple.
One pitch. Ground ball to short. Ibar comes charging in, fires to first. They get Barney. The run scores. Cubs get on the board. It's 2-1 Angels. Barney gets credit for his 9th RBI.
Again, as much as you'd love to have that shutdown inning where you put up a 0, the reality is with a leadoff triple, you can't come out of your normal element as far as a pitcher. You have to make your quality pitches. You got to ground ball out to prevent a potential big inning going against you when you try to make too many perfect pitches early in a game like this for Vargas.
Yeah, the only hope is that if you're a power guy that you could live upstairs to the strikes, you'll get a couple of strikeouts. A fly ball out that is hit shallow. But a touch and feel guy like Vargas working both sides of the plate, difficult at times.
And Vargas pitcher of the month this past month of May. Also his pitcher of the month back in July of 2012. 2 times in the last 5 awards as far as pitcher of the month, Jason Vargas.
Cody Ransom popped down on the infield, so he's 0 for 1. 2-1 Angels here in the third. No 2 count.
Well, going back to his first start in the month of May for Vargas, lefties were hitting .405 against Vargas, but coming in today's game .285. So what has been the case for him is his curveball and slider have been much more effective against lefty batters.
This one off the end of the bat towards first, and it's foul.
Although that pitch to Sweeney was out over the plate, and he was able to drive it to center field with Trout playing over there to left center field, but it was because behind the count he was able to center in on the pitch.
Oh, 2 count on Ransom. 37-year-old's been around. Big things with the Giants, Astros, Yankees, Phillies, Diamondbacks, Brewers, and now the Cubs. He fouls this one off to the right.
Nice play by a fan. Second deck here.
Going back outside, and that's a breaking ball. Slow. 1-2 now.
You can see how difficult it is for a hitter to read the seams of a baseball and determine what pitch is being thrown at him. Baseball from the sunshine to the shadows and then back into sunshine here. 5 o'clock hour.
Swing and a miss. Nope, foul tip. Just got a piece of it. Iannetta could not hang on to it. Calvin Mays at 1-2.
Well, that's a great reaction by Ransom there. He didn't really quite see the baseball also. It's so hard at this time of the game for a hitter to be able to read a pitch. Well, you're almost as if you're swinging in an area. Remember earlier in the season on a game at this time, Mark Trumbo talked about this looking for a spot and swinging and hoping making contact.
Pulled down the left field line. Ransom on his way to second. And it's a 1-out double. Every hit in the ballgame so far combined has been for an extra base hit.
That's through that zone. You're looking and hoping that something's middle part of the plate, and that's exactly what it was for Vargas. He was upset with himself. It was a changeup that stayed up. Becomes a very hittable pitch. And Ransom gets a pitch where he can at least get the good part of the bat and hits down the left field line for a double. His 5th of the year.
So man in scoring position for Anthony Rizzo. The first baseman swings first pitch, grounds one sharply right to Trumbo. 2 outs.
It's twice now he's grounded out to Trumbo at first base.
Rizzo had a 1-for-3 game last night, including a walk with a run scored. Ransom advances to third. Soriano will come up. Alfonso had a leadoff double in the second, his 14th of the year. A ball that Josh Hamilton just couldn't find in right field and over his head. Soriano eventually stranded at third base. Vargas trying to keep it a 2-1 lead for the Angels here in third. Down with a fastball.
We'll back it up with another fastball inside again.
Oh, 2. Now the shadows that we were just talking about benefits the pitcher more so in an off-speed pitch. Is that a fair assessment?
Off speed, change up or slider, because hitters look for rotation of the baseball. Fastball, if you got a fastball it's upper 90s upstairs with the fastball, more difficult to hit, but I think they're more so with breaking pitch to be able to try to track.
1-2 now. The baseball being put into play.
Because all you try to do is you look for the rotation to see whether it's a 4-seam or 2-seam you hope for a fastball. But a hard slider, we always talk about that rotation, it seems it almost goes into a dot. And they're unable to see that and track and see if it's going to stay in that same plane. You swing over top of a hard slider.
Soriano lifts this one out to right. Playable for Hamilton. Shading his eyes with the glove. And the inning comes to an end. But the Cubs do get on the board. Leadoff triple for Sweeney scores in the ground down by Barney. We'll head to the bottom of the third. And top of the order coming up for the Angels. Up 2-1. Ibar, Trout, and Pujols due up here against Matt Garza. One strikeout, no walks, 3 hits allowed. Should both sides with 3 hits, and all 3 have been extra base hits. Garza gave up a double to Hamilton, the home run to Kendrick in the second. And then retired Kayaswai netted Shuck. Shuck almost picking up his first big league home run, but call overturned. The ball was fouled. Ibar hit a fly ball to center field in the first inning. He's 0 for 1.
Well, Ransom's playing well in at third base, trying to take away that bunt from Eric Ibar.
It's usually a time when you see Eric try to kind of slash one over his head. Breaking ball. First pitch is down and in. Rizzo's playing just behind the bag at first. Outfield shallow and shading Ibar the opposite way.
And just like that, for a fielder, when you're in the sunshine and dealing with shadows, it's not easy to react for a hard hit ball your way also at third base.
2 balls, no strikes. Ibar with back-to-back multi-hit games. They were going 2 for 4 last night with a double and a single, 2 runs scored. 275 at the start of the day with a home run and 12 runs batted in. The game in Seattle now into the 14th inning. Still 0-0 tie. This one's hit well out toward right center field. Chasing Sweeney back, still going back, and at the warning track, he'll track it down for the first out. Nice jump by Sweeney in center. Ibar's the first out here in the third. Folks, Fox Sports is proud to team with Feeding America, a nationwide network of food banks that helps feed more than 37 million people in America each year through pantries, soup kitchens, and shelters. Visit feedingamerica.org/Fox Sports to learn how you can fight hunger in your community. Together, we're Feeding America. So 1 out, nobody on for Mike Trout. Trout was hacking early in the first inning, hit a fly ball to center field. 0 for 1. Voting released earlier this week. It was the All-Star game. We played at Citi Field in New York this year. Like the leading vote getter among outfielders, followed by Adam Jones and former Angel Torrey Hunter. 1, 2, and 3.
Well, the reality is Mike Trout's one of the best players in all of baseball. Why would you not vote for him to allow him to be a starter in the All-Star game?
1 ball, 1 strike. Base hit up the middle. Kansas City last year.
Well, so many times the names and comparisons with Mike Trout, what he did last year. Al Kaline was the youngest to get a hit in an All-Star games. I mean, Joe DiMaggio, Ted Williams, those names, Ricky Henderson. The greats the game has ever seen.
It's pretty good company. Off to a slow start this year, but has turned it on over the last month. Want to come back inside the 2-1. This one's inside out and right to Rizzo. 2 outs. Jammed him. Rizzo had him played perfectly. 2 outs here. Pujols coming up.
So that today's Coors Light's cold hard fact with Albert Pujols coming to the plate. When you look at his numbers from last year as compared to this season, 9 home runs, 35 RBIs. Last year, at this point, on June 4th, 8 home runs, 30 RBIs. He finished with 30 home runs, 50 doubles, and 105 RBI. So ahead of the pace for Pujols.
Albert looks at a breaking ball for his strike.
That cold hard fact was brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light.
Albert doubled his first time up, 13th of the year. Fouls this one back over the screen. 0-2. White Sox have pushed across a run. 1-0 in the 14th inning in Seattle. They're trying to snap a losing string.
8 straight losses.
Garza's retired the first 2 here in the third. 0-2 count on Albert. 1-2 now.
You can still see he can rush it up there at times, Garza. That one at 96. It'll be pretty intriguing around that trade deadline. I wonder if people will take that chance with Garza, who's dealt with some arm injuries in his career. He still has that life on the fastball. That one at 96, his fastest pitch so far today.
Albert breaks his bat, loops one out the left. Soriano in a couple of steps. Garza retires the Angels in order here in the third. 3 complete at the Big A, and it's 2-1 Angels. The internship opens this Friday in tonight's postgame. Our intern gets a crash course in production. So be sure to stick around.
I'll stick around for sure with that read.
I see your Carl's Jr. update and up you with the internship.
I see how you roll.
Hairston, Castillo, and Castro here. The fourth against Jason Vargas. Got Hairston getting to start at right field this afternoon. 0 for 1. He struck out his first time up. He will look at a strike. He saw his brother Jerry with the Dodgers. It's in the 3 generations of baseball family. Down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. There's another one too in Cubs third base coach David Bell, son of Buddy Bell, grandson of Gus Bell. Foul back to 22 now.
David Bell was a solid major leaguer, played a number of years with different clubs.
Played for your Phillies.
Exactly. That's why he was a very good player.
1-2. Called strike 3, and there's the first out to start the fourth. Harrison thought that pitch was down low.
This little 2-seam fastball catches the bottom part of the strike zone. Great location of that pitch. Just when we showed that graphic earlier, the 5 different pitches that Vargas and his grips on each one of them, all slightly different, all very effective for him.
First one is outside to Wellington Castillo. Cubs catcher 0 for 1. He swung at the first pitch in the second and grounded out to Kendrick. Looks at a strike. Castillo came in batting .259. To go 0 for 4 yesterday with 2 groundouts and 2 strikeouts.
Had a tough time on the road. 79 batting average on the road.
And this is lined out to right field. One out single for Castillo puts a man on, representing a tying run here in the fourth. MLB.TV celebrates 11 years with new low yearly prices. You can watch every out-of-market game live on over 350 supported mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.TV Premium. Visit MLB.TV today. Baseball everywhere. Man on for Starlin Castro, shortstop. Two-time All-Star, drew a walk in the second, the only free pass that Vargas has issued. 1 ball, no strikes.
He's grounded into 6 double plays this year. Vargas would love to get a ground ball in the middle infield to be able to turn to.
Halos getting 2 runs in the second inning. Double by Hamilton, 2-run home run by Kendrick. The Cubs answer with a run in the third. Ground ball towards short. Ibar feeds Kendrick for 1. Relay over to first. In time, inning-ending double play. Way to the bottom of the fourth. The Angels still up. Halos up by the score of 2-1 as we start the bottom of the fourth inning. Mark Trumbo ready to lead things off against Matt Garza, who has 1 strikeout, no walks, and 3 hits allowed. It'll be Trumbo, Hamilton, and Kendrick for the Angels here in the fourth inning. All-Star game last year for him, and the home run derby.
He had some serious distance on some of those home runs.
That's what they said. That's what it looked like on TV.
Yes, it did.
Trumbo bounced one just to the right of the mound to end the first inning. Mark is 0 for 1. Getting to start today at first base with Albert serving as the DH.
So what do you think about Justin Verlander? Thinking about joining in on the home run hitting contest, home run derby at the All-Star game. He says he wants to take some swings.
Yeah, I'm sure the Tigers are really thrilled about that too.
Yeah. No problem. Swing as hard as you like. Maybe you could pull a ribcage muscle.
Hey, Justin, just ride the motorcycle from the hotel right to Citi Field.
And skydive while you're at it, too.
And when you're done, go ahead and jump on the apple out in center field after the home run derby. Come on.
Us pitchers.
Shake yourself. 1 ball, no strikes. Verlander still putting up good numbers overall, but a little different year for him this year, seems like.
Yeah, he's had a couple games, 2-3 games in a row in which he gave up a lot of runs, which you don't generally see out of Verlander. You'll have a game or two, but not 3 starts in a row like he had.
Right. Garza falls behind here, 2 balls and no strikes.
Threw a changeup to get Trumbo out in front last at bat. Little dribbler back to him.
Mark tired of waiting, so backs out. Two and one now. Garza, 15-game winner in 2010 for the Tampa Bay Rays, and at that point was the club record for starting pitchers, or for pitchers in general for the Rays, until David Price won 19. Two one inside, 3 balls and a strike. And if you were a general manager and you're putting together a roster, where would you put Matt Garza in your rotation? What type of pitcher does he project to be?
I think he's a number 2 or number 3 starter. Only because number 1 starters you always project as a guy that's going to give you 230, 240 innings. I don't know if he's going to be able to be consistent doing that, but he definitely has number 1 stuff. But I would slot him in a number 2 starter in your rotation. Plus, I love the way he competes. He's a guy that's animated at times on the mound, but that tells you he wants the baseball and he wants to be on the mound in that 8th and 9th innings. That's what I look for starting pitchers, is guys that want the baseball in that 8th and 9th inning.
This is a leadoff walk to Trumbo, his first free pass of the afternoon. Hamilton will step up. Rizzo forced to hold Trumbo at first base, opens up the right side. Hamilton doubled into right field his first time up. Looks at a fastball for a strike. Double for Josh, his 9th of the year. Scored on the Kendrick home run. Howie's on deck. Cody Ransom off the line at third base. Starlin Castro toward the middle against Hamilton just as they were aligned. His first plate appearance. Outfield straight around.
Boy, straight up, completely all around in the outfield.
Trumbo over at first base. 0-1 pitch. Popped up third base side. Ransom moving over near the railing. Runs out of room.
Boy, Hamilton had a pretty good pitch to hit. See why he's circling around that batter's box. He knew he had a pitch he could drive.
Oh, 2 count on Josh. 4 hits for the Cubs. 3 for the Angels. One of the first, 2 in the second. One and 2.
Castillo did a nice job as far as getting in front of that hard slider. 2 wild pitches this year for Garza in 16 innings pitched, so he will overthrow at times, but he's ahead of the count. His hard slider.
Garza got to the big leagues in his second professional season, 2006 with Minnesota, pitching in 10 games, 9 starts. 1-2. Ground ball towards second. Barney feeds Castro for 1. Relay back to first. He is out of time.
A little bit of a tough time on the transfer. Let's take a look at our AT&T Universe rewind. In the second inning, Howie Kendrick, after Hamilton led off with a double, gets a fastball over the plate and hits this one out to right center field, 100 miles off the bat. Baseball off the bat speed for Howie Kendrick, 100 miles an hour. 8th home run, 32nd RBI for Howie Kendrick.
Didn't waste a whole lot of time either getting it jumping ahead on that first pitch.
Boy, the fellas like that little stat we've been putting up there of late. Anytime asking the home runs, how fast the baseball comes off their bat. Pujols last night, 106 miles off on an 85-mile-an-hour fastball. Let's talk about generating your own bat speed and power.
So Hamilton now at first base, 1 out. Breaking ball missing down low. .44 pitches thrown by Garza so far. 27 have been strikes.
Not a bad count to put hit and run on here.
Interesting positioning for Rizzo over at first while Garza was starting to come set. Ground ball to the right side. That is a base hit. Hamilton around second. Go head to third. Harrison's throw is cut off and trying to cut off by Castro.
Well, Hamilton is running real well today.
A seeing eye single and avoided getting hit by that baseball. Second hit of the afternoon for Howie.
You can see how quick Hamilton is. This ground ball, not only you have to get out of the way, it's going right at you as you're starting to move between the legs and still, and then picking up speed. Head first slide into third base. Head first slide for a double back in the second inning. Sometimes you don't realize because he's that big, he's incredibly fast.
Alberto Callasco comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1, grounding out to Barney in the second. Hamilton at third, Kendrick at first. Howie now with 5 straight plate appearances with a base hit, going back to yesterday's game. Outfield shallow against Alberto.
On a fly ball in the left field, Dino Eva will challenge the arm of Alfonso Soriano in left field.
Figure you challenge Hairston as well, out in right. Hamilton with good speed, as you pointed out. Howie with 6 stolen bases has been caught once. Alberto looks at a strike. 2-1 Angels here at the bottom of the 4th inning. One ball, 1 strike.
Good patience so far for Callasco. You don't want to swing at that pitch. If you do, you're going to hit that ball on the ground and potentially round into a double play. You're going to try to force Garza up in the strike zone so you can hit a fly ball.
Ransom playing in over at third base. 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. Smothered by Castillo. 2-1 now. Garza really has not had the feel for that breaking pitch. Maybe threw one earlier in the ballgame for a strike to get it over curveball, but since then, pretty much fastball sinking it for the receivers.
Yeah, talking to the guys before the game, they were all concerned about his slider, but he hasn't had, you mentioned that, Victor, he hasn't had a feel for his slider and or curveball today. So fortunate enough as a hitter, you don't have to necessarily try to track that pitch.
2-1. That's down low. 3 balls and 1 strike now. Chris Arnett is on deck. Halos have hit well here at home, a .275 team batting average. Even with the way the homestand has played out, specifically the sweep at the hands of the Astros. Much better hitting ball club against right-handed pitching than that against lefties. .221 against lefties, .272s against right-handers. First, and Howie back in there. Cubs offensive splits are very similar in that they're a better hitting ball club against right-handers. They hit well at Wrigley, not so much out on the road. Now the 3-1. Cayaspo looks at a strike, full count.
More than likely, you'll see Howie on the move here. 3-2 count with one out. Just in case Cayaspo hits the ball on the ground, better chance to break up a double play.
Goes Barney at second and Castro at shortstop, cheating in just a couple of steps there, trying to get that double play ball. If they do indeed get it, Kendrick takes off. The 3-2 is popped up on the infield. Castro actually drifting out into the shallow center field now. Makes the catch, 2 outs. Struggles for Alberto Cayaspo continue offensively. It's 2 now. It'll be up to Chris Iannetta to try to bring home Hamilton from third base. Iannetta strikeout, victim of the second, the only punch out that Garza's had. He saw a pretty good breaking ball in that at bat, fooled him.
The pattern has been for Garza hard sliders against right-handed batters, slow curveballs against lefties.
Fastball strike on the corner. 0-1. Corey Blazer, the home plate umpire. Listen, Brown has been calling that pitch rather consistently on both sides.
Jim Joyce, same thing last night. Outside corner, if you can paint the corner, you're getting that call to strike.
0-1. Didn't miss by much. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Fastball away, fastball in, both great locations, both at 94, 95.
Hamilton at third, Kendrick still at first. Good. 2-1 now.
Castillo is very smooth behind the plate. A tough, hard slide in the dirt. And a lot of wasted energy to be able to keep that ball from getting away from him.
Garza ready, a quick throw to first, and Howie again back easily. 1 run, 4 hits, no errors, 3 left on for the Cubs. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors, 1 left on for the Angels so far. 2-run home run by Howie Kendrick in the second. The Angels up 2-0, and then Sweeney led off the third, but a triple came home on the ground down of Darwin Barney. That's where we stand right now. 2-1 pitch off the plate, 3 balls and a strike.
All of a sudden losing the feel for his pitches, overthrowing his fastball because he doesn't have a good feel for his slider or curveball in this game. We're trying to be perfect with his fastball. And another good hitter's count.
Now the 3-1, and then it fouls it straight back. And off of Castillo. 4 counts. That means Kendrick's going to take off with a pitch. Rizzo will play behind him at first base, and he's notified Garza of that. J.B. Shuck is on deck. Kendrick takes off the 3-2. Brooker got single up the middle, a base hit. Hamilton will score. Kendrick over to third. 3-1 Angels. Chris Iannetta with his 19th RBI of the season.
It's good to start seeing those 2-out hits. Runners in scoring position and coming through. And Chris Iannetta does so. Runs a fastball. Had good running action, not quite in as far as Garza wanted to. But up the middle approach for Iannetta. Base hit RBI. Garza upset with himself.
So J.B. Shuck will bat here with 2 outs and 2 on.
Second run that Hamilton has scored in the game.
Shuck's 0 for 1. It grounded to short his first time up. Just missed hitting his first home run. Hit by Iannetta, the 5th for the Angels. Garza now has thrown 58 pitches so far. Here's Howie at third. Chris over at first. Off speed pitch down low. 2-0.
You really see his slow down his arm action to try to throw that breaking ball. As a hitter, what that notifies is something different is going on when you see a pitcher slow down his delivery. So unless that pitch is going to stay out over the plate, you let it go. More likely won't be a strike. He's thrown 25 pitches here in the 4th inning. First 3 innings, he was cruising as far as pitch count.
Shuck taking there 2-0. Looks at a fastball. First strike, 2-1. Garza coming off a 1-2-3 third inning. Issued the leadoff walk to Trumbo. Got Hamilton hit into fielder's choice. Trumbo retired. Center with a base hit. Pass with a pop-up and Iannetta with a base hit. 2-1. This is Luke down the left field line. That will score a run. Stopping at second is Iannetta. 4-1 Angels.
Another professional at bat for J.B. Shuck. He's going with the pitch. Goes the other way. Base hit RBI. 11 RBI on the season now for Shuck.
Cubs pitching coach Chris Bosio out to pay a visit now.
What, has let his hands get through the baseball. Didn't try to do too much. Pitch on the outer half. Goes the other way.
Garza, Castillo, and Bosio talking things over on the mound. 11th RBI for J.B. Shuck.
Well, Chris Bosio had a real good hard slider back in his day when he was a pitcher in the major leagues. Done a nice job with this pitching staff.
Well, Matt Garza might be the ultimate glove talker.
Yes, even the pitching coach.
Almost surprised Bosio didn't take a glove out there to talk back to him.
Still always trying to figure that one out.
Because someone might just run down there very quickly after seeing it on television and tell everyone else what they were talking about.
As a hitter right now, you're seeing a pitcher that's basically his command of his fastball has been his best pitch so far. Breaking pitch, whether it's his curveball or slider, not there for him.
Iannetta at second, Shuck at first. Here's Eric Ibar. 4-1 Angels here in the 4th. 1-0. Ibar's 0 for 2, twice having hit a fly ball to center field, but the last time out to the alley at right center field. Sweeney tracked it down to the warning track. Cubs center fielder doing a nice job of tracking that one down. Soriano shallow at left, Sweeney shallow at center, as is Harrison in right. 1-0 pitch. Up and in. Snap throw back over to first base, and they picked off J.B. Shuck. Second time the Angels have had a base runner picked off at first base by Wellington Castillo. The Angels get 2 runs, went through 4, and they lead at 4-1. ATT, rethink possible. By CarMax, start the search for your next car at CarMax. CarMax, start here. And by your Southern California Toyota dealers. We welcome you back out to Angel Stadium. The Angels up by the score of 4-1, but J.B. Shuck just let Matt Garza off the hook, getting picked off by Wellington Castillo at first.
Yeah, drifting off the base and design play. Rizzo going to first base. Quick throw from Castillo. Shuck unable to get back, especially with Chris Ionnet at second base. You're not going anywhere as a runner. Plus, Garza's struggling. He was a 2-0 count with Ibar, who's been red hot at the plate. Potential huge inning against Garza and the Cubs.
Yeah, just a bad mistake by J.B. Shuck, as it was for Chris Ionnet last night.
There's times to be aggressive. There's other times just to let the game play out. In that situation, Garza wasn't real happy with himself on the mound. He was starting to struggle a lot.
8-9-1 for the Cubs here in the fifth inning. Navarro, Sweeney, and Barney. Down to Navarro, the DH, struck out in the second inning. 0 for 1. Looks at a strike. .53 pitches thrown by Vargas. The 54th is pulled through the hole on the left side. The leadoff man is on for Chicago. Fans, the Angels conclude their 4-game series against the Seattle Mariners. That's on June the 20th at 7:05. Fans in attendance will receive a C.J. Wilson bobblehead courtesy of Chevron Extra Mile while supplies last. Purchase tickets, just visit the Angels Stadium ticket office or log on at angels.com.
It's a perfect follow through for C.J. Wilson.
His next bobblehead will be at the railing with his hat off, fielding a foul ball. First pitch is in for a strike on Ryan Sweeney. With the hat being the bobble,
No question.
the dangling.
He's made a lot of plays in the dugout with that hat.
Sweeney with a triple his first time up. It's the breaking pitch for a strike. 0-2 now.
And Sweeney, we've seen over the years, he can't hit into a double play, especially a ground ball to second base.
Breaking pitch down low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That game up in Seattle looks like it's headed to the 15th inning. The Cubs dropped the the White Sox dropped the 5 spot at the top of the 14th inning, and the Mariners dropped the 5 spot at the bottom of the inning.
It was 0-0 into the 14th.
Yeah.
That game may not ever end now.
This one's looped out to shallow center field. It stays on the infield dirt. It was headed out to the shallow center field. Ibar making that move back, but makes the catch for the first down. Wow. Not only that, if you're the White Sox trying to snap an 8-game losing streak, you take a 5-0 lead into the bottom of the 15th. Now, we can't say a whole lot because that 19-inning game against the Oakland Athletics at the Coliseum kind of played out like that a little bit.
But Robert Ventura, it's got to be feeling pretty bad right now when you get that 5-0 lead in the 14th. Boy, Kyle Seager hit a grand slam in that game to tie it up for Seattle.
Against Addison Reed. Reed gave up all 5 runs. This one lined to short. No, beyond the reach of Eric Ibar. And into left center field. Boy, off the bat, look, I was going right to Eric. Darwin Barney picks up a 1-out single. First and second now for the Cubs, and Ransom coming up.
We'll see if he was able to react right off the bat.
You're talking about fielders struggling with the shadows themselves as far as picking the ball
Yeah,
up.
I don't think he saw that ball right away. See him shaking his head. Again, the baseball, at this point, when it's off the bat, it's in the sunshine. Then it goes through the shadows. When it was hit pretty hard like that, it's tough to react enough to be able to make a play on it.
So 2 on, 1 out, 4-1 Angels here the 5th, and here's Cody Ransom, the third baseman. Doubled into third inning. Off speed down the line. Hit pretty well. J.B. Shuck is back, and we are tied at 4. Cody Ransom with his 5th home run of the year. 3-run shot.
His 5th home run of the season, and his 5th double of the season early in the game. Another pitch that stayed out over the plate and hooks it right down the line.
How big is that pick off of J.B. Shuck in the bottom of the 4th now? There's Anthony Rizzo. He swings the first one, rolls it foul. Sure, Vargas still has to come out and throw strikes and get hitters out, but you got a guy on the ropes in Matt Garza, 1st and 2nd, and a 2-0 count on your leadoff man, and get picked off. Change that momentum a little bit. He certainly did. As Rizzo, for the 3rd time today, rolls one over to Trumbo. 2 outs.
A long delay in between innings there for Vargas. The reality is, as a pitcher, you don't mind that because you're getting runs scored for you. There's been a couple pitches that stayed out over the plate against Ransom in this game. The double in the 3rd, and now that home run here in the 5th.
4 runs allowed, the most he's allowed since his May 9th start at Houston, which gave him 5 runs on 10 hits. Alfonso Soriano hits one well out toward right center field. Trout pulls up. This one's off the wall. Hamilton plays the carom, fires it into second base. Soriano is safe at second with a double. 2nd of the ball game for him. Now 15th of the year.
He has that good power the other way. Remember, he was with the Yankees, used to drive the ball that well to that part of the field. Hamilton plays that extremely well off the wall, and a strong throwing arm almost gets Soriano sliding into second base. Now 15 doubles on the year, 2nd of the game.
Mike Butcher out to pay a visit now. Tied at 4, courtesy of the Cody Ransom 3-run home run. Halos in the bottom of the 5th. We'll have 1, 2, and 3 coming up in Ibar, Trout, and Pujols. Eric was at the plate when Shuck got picked off. Soriano at 2nd. Here's Scott Hairston, 0 for 2. A couple of strikeouts. 1 ball, no strikes. Hairston getting the start out in right field today. 7th man to bat here in the 5th inning against Vargas. Two times the Angels have put runs on the board. Vargas unable to execute that shutdown inning. 1-1. The 3rd, and now here in the 5th.
So surprising because Jason's been so good as far as that shutdown inning after the offense provides him with runs.
Two balls and 1 strike. 67th pitch so far for Jason. 4 strikeouts, 1 walk. He's given up 8 hits though. Michael Kahn begins to loosen. Three and 1.
The 68 pitches thrown for Vargas, but not quite as crisp as we've seen. 20 pitches in the 3rd, 17 already here in the 5th.
Trying to get out of this 5th inning with a 4-4 tie. Soriano at 2nd to 3-1. And he walked him 2nd. of the ball game for Vargas. That'll bring up Wellington Castillo.
In an odd game, coming in this game with these two pitchers on the hill, you thought it was going to be an extremely low-scoring game. But in the second inning, Garza struggled. In the fourth inning, Garza struggles. In the third, Vargas in the fifth. So each pitcher, every other inning, is at a tough time going 1, 2, 3.
Just 1, 2, 3 inning for Vargas. That was in the first inning. 1 for Garza. That was in the third. 2 on for Castillo, and the catcher takes down low. Castillo 1 for 2. He grounded out to second in the second and singled in the fourth. Vargas did face a minimum 3 batters in the fourth inning because he got Castro to ground into the inning-ending double play. One 0 pitch. This one's lifted in the air on the first base side and headed toward the seats behind the Cubs dugout. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Boy, 4 earned runs today, 4 total earned runs in his previous 4 starts at home for Vargas. But again, gets out, getting out here, you're still in position to allow the team to be able to get a W, and you potentially get a W here as a pitcher.
Soriano takes off for third. Iannetta was going to throw to second, a double steal. Hairston ends up at second base. Howie was actually creeping in on Soriano, and had Vargas spun around, they would have had him picked off at second.
And most times as a catcher, you're always going to throw behind base stealer there at going to second base as compared to third. You're going to generally have a running lead as you try to steal third base.
2 balls and 1 strike. Pardon me, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Long 5th inning for Jason Vargas. Swing and a miss. I guess that previous pitch on the stolen base was a ball. So now it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Thought Corey Blazer called that a strike.
It looked like it was, but when Iannetta got out of his catching position, sometimes that blocks the view of a home plate umpire.
Just looking at it on the at-bat app, it was a strike on the changeup. Now a full count. Payoff pitch. Castillo shoots into the alley in right center field. Trout giving chase, still going back, and he reaches up, makes the catch, and the inning comes to an end. But the Cubs tied up with 1 swing of the bat. Cody Ransom with a 3-run home run as we head to the bottom of the 5th, knotted up at 4. The telecast is presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Any accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP. Cody Ransom with a 3-run home run to tie it up at 4.
Some kind of play by Mike Trout to end that inning. He play off a lot of ground. Great first step. Will make that play to finish off the inning.
Matt Garza at 63 pitches, just now finishing up his warm-up pitches. Garza's very, as we pointed out,
he never has to worry about the umpire saying, "Hey, wait, wait till they come back from a commercial break."
He takes forever to come out of the dugout. Get his warm-up pitches in. Ibar, Trout, and Pujols here in the 5th. Eric was at the plate when Shuck was picked off to end the 4th inning. Ibar 0 for 2 with a couple of fly balls to center field. Sweeney's tracked down. Ransom in over at third base. Oh, 1 count on Ibar. Oh, 2.
Well, the one thing you don't want to do if you're the Angels, all of a sudden give life to Garza on the mound. He's got very good stuff. When he was in a position where one swing from Ibar, especially at a 2-0 count, could have knocked him out of the game. Instead, he got a good defensive play by Castillo over to Rizzo to get through the inning on the pickoff to J.B. Shock.
Ibar waves at the breaking ball. Castillo fires on the first. Rizzo touches first base. 1 out. Second strikeout of the afternoon for Garza. And Trout will step up. Mike's 0 for 2 with a fly ball to center and a line out to Rizzo in the 3rd inning.
Garza still good life in the fastball. That one at 94. He's thrown 67 pitches so far here with 1 out in the 5th.
Slow breaking ball, pulled it high. 2-0 now.
Respect when you're throwing a 2-0 curveball. Pujols on deck. Trout may get the green light here. 3-0.
Looks at a strike. Pujols on deck. 6 hits so far for the Angels in this one through the first 4 innings. Now the 3-1 pitch. This one's fouled back. Full count. Mike backing out now. Garza 2 strikeouts, 1 walk, and the 6 hits allowed. Gave up a hit in the first inning. That was a double of Pujols. 2 hits in the second. 3 hits in the fourth. 3-2 on the way. In the air to right. Holston moving over. 2 outs.
Last night, Albert Pujols in the 8th inning. Going away with fastball. 85-mile-an-hour fastball, but Albert Pujols off the bat. 106 miles per hour baseball off the bat for a 2-run home run. With Pujols generating all that bat speed.
Picked up a double in the first inning, hit a fly ball to left in the third. Broke his bat in that third inning at bat. 1 for 2, serving as DH today. Double his 13th of the year. 1 and out.
If you're Pujols, you're looking inside right now. Fastball away. Might try to sneak a fastball in, see if you get the bat head out and crush another one.
One 1-0 pitch. Off speed. Caught the inside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Little ribbon of sunshine cutting across the mound now on Garza. Breaking pitch outside. Wanted to peel, he did not go, says Jeff Nelson. A 2-1 count, trouble on deck. A 3-run home run by Cody Ransom with 1 out in the 5th, tying this game up for the Cubs. Two on. Strike on the corner.
Castillo does a great job of framing pitches on the outside part of the plate. Brings it back in. Gives the home plate umpire a good look at the pitch thrown. A number of those pitches called a strike for him.
Going back outside, the 2-2, swing and a miss. A 1-2-3 inning. Shutdown inning for Matt Garza. 5 in the books. We're tied at 4.
Game as it was last night. Howie Kender 2-run home run to right center field, put the Angels up at that point 2-0. But Cody Ransom down the line, 3-run home run ties it up for the Cubbies. 4-4 here in the top of the 6th. Got a double and that 3-run home run.
Jason Vargas back out on the mound. They'll face the bottom third of the order. Castro, Navarro, and Sweeney. Starlin Castro swings first pitch, lines one to the alley in left center field, and that gets down, and it'll go for extra bases. Yet another extra base hit for the Cubs. second consecutive inning in which the Cubs have had their leadoff man reach. And the fourth time overall.
Well, it's so difficult as a pitcher when you give up a leadoff double. It changes your whole philosophy on how to pitch to a batter. You're going to more apt to throw more pitches inside to Navarro here, trying to jam him, making sure he doesn't hit the ball to the right side of the infield to advance Castro to third base.
First hit of the series for Castro. John Navarro's 1 for 2 with a strikeout, a single, and a run scored. He led off the fifth inning with a base hit. Came around and scored. Chopper off the plate. Going to be a tough play for both guys. Infield base hit. Ibar seemed to have called that ball, and Callaspo never gave up on it, but I don't think it really matters, as Ibar was going to have a tough play regardless.
Yeah, that would have been a very difficult throw, and Navarro probably beats that out no matter what.
So the Angels with action in the bullpen now. Michael Kahn was up last inning. Now you got to deal with Ryan Sweeney, who's 1 for 2, tripled and scored, leading off to third, popped out to Ibar in the fifth. Fouls it back. A lot of comfortable swings in that batter's box on both sides for the Cubs, with righties and lefties. Michael Kahn back up and warming. Shouldn't take him very long. 78 pitches thrown by Vargas, has 4 strikeouts, 2 walks. And now has allowed 10 hits. Third time this season in which he's allowed 10 hits. Just a little looper down the left field line. That's going to fall in. 5-4 Cubs as Castro comes in to score.
Sweeney's been able to flare a number of hits into the outfield in this series, 2-game series. There was, see, 3 of them last night.
That's going to be it for Vargas. 3 consecutive hits to start this 6th inning. And what was once a 4-1 Angels lead has now become a 5-4 Chicago Cubs lead. Nobody out here the 6th inning. Michael Kahn's going to come in. Season high 11 hits allowed by Jason Vargas. He departs with the Angels down by a run. California Kia retailers or MySoCalKia.com. And by Jack in the Box, where the Chipotle Chicken Club combo is back for a limited time. Cubs with 3 straight hits to start this 6th inning now have themselves a 5-4 lead, their first lead of the ball game. Michael Kahn comes into the ball game to replace Jason Vargas. 79 pitches for Jason, just didn't have it today. Season high 11 hits for him. He's responsible for the 2 guys on base. Navarro at second, Sweeney at first. And they're in and out, who's in, who's out. Michael Kahn takes over. Pitching in his 18th game.
He's got 18 strikeouts and 15 innings pitch. Like you'll see Barney spraying around the bunt here.
Leadoff man Darwin Barney, second baseman. Looks at a fastball for a strike. He's 1 for 3 today with a single in the 5th inning. Double by Castro to start off this 6th. A single, infield single by Navarro, and the flare single by Sweeney. Chasing Vargas from this one. Oh, 1 pitch. This one's fouled back. 0-2 count. Kahn last pitched on Sunday. Went 2/3 of an inning and now with a couple of strikeouts. Big strikeouts as he came on with a couple of men on base. 2nd and 3rd to be exact. Struck out Corcoran and Martinez to get out of that 7th inning.
Could use a strikeout here. Has that ability to get that strikeout.
Yeah. Now the 0-2 in the dirt.
Well, he does have a hard slide. That slider at 89 miles an hour. Fastball 93 to 95 range.
Scott Downs getting ready now. The 1-2 is down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cody Ransom is on deck. 4 left-handed batters on the bench for Dale Swain.
Downs would probably be ready for Rizzo when he would come up, if he does come up in this inning.
Two on the way. Foul back. Good velocity at 96 miles per hour.
Marty's written 215s. He's had some pretty good swings in this game.
Yeah. So very comfortable at the plate. Another 2-2. Fouled off. Navarro, the DH, leading off at second base. Sweeney at first. 11 hits for the Cubs so far, 6 for the Angels. Halo's going down in order in the bottom of the 5th. Spoiled a pretty good pitch there.
Well, that's one of those pitches you make on the mound, and then the hitter just fouls that one off. Refocus again and see if we can make that quality pitch finish off Barney.
Eight pitch at bat so far.
Fighting on some pretty tough pitches. Great location also. This Cub team doesn't strike out a ton. 412 as a team coming into the game tonight.
Pops this one up on the third base side. Callaspo and Ibar. And Callaspo makes the catch for the first out. Took 9 pitches, but the first out here in the 6th inning is in the books. Cody Ransom, the third baseman, will come up now. Ransom's had a nice game for Dale Swain. 2 for 3 with a double in the 3rd inning and a 3-run home run in the 5th. Long conversation with Iannetta out there. Game in Seattle now in the 16th inning, still tied at 5. First time ever the scoreless ties gone into extra innings. Two teams exchanged 5 runs.
We were part of the longest game in history for the Angels as far as time-wise, and Oakland, up in Oakland this year. Some crazy games already this season in Major League Baseball.
Runner still at first and second, 1 out now. First one on the way to Ransom. Fastball in at the knees. Other scores as far as the American League is concerned, Texas and Boston tied at 1 now. Red Sox push across and run at the bottom of the 6th inning. Houston leading Baltimore 5-1. That game's in the bottom of the 3rd. Scoreless in Detroit. Rays and Tigers. In the air, shallow right field. Howie Kendrick cutting over near the foul line, makes the catch. 2 outs.
A real good play by Howie. Good concentration. Very difficult for Hamilton to get anywhere near that pop-up. But we said early in the game that Howie sees the ball very well. Does a great job on pop-ups.
That's going to do it for Michael Kahn with the left-hander Anthony Rizzo coming up. Scott Downs will be called upon here. Got ourselves a pitching change yet again. With 2 outs here in the 6th inning. Cubs up 5-4. Chicago, Scott Downs coming on, trying to keep this a 1-run deficit, pitching in his 24th game. 0-2 mark with a 2.20 ERA. He pitched last night, went 1 inning, picked up a couple of strikeouts, pitched the 7th inning after Jared Weaver went 6. And this is his first outing in quite some time since the Angels were in Kansas City.
Yeah, I was talking about that. Yeah, it's been a while since he's been out on the mound. Didn't feel real comfortable initially, but then all of a sudden had a good feel for his pitches. Good fastball both sides of the plate. And those 2 punch outs in the inning.
Anthony Rizzo 0 for 3. 3 ground ball outs to Mark Trumbo so far. Yana Navarro still at second base. Ryan Sweeney at first. 5-4 Chicago. 3 straight hits to start off this frame against Vargas. Gave the Cubs a 1-run lead. Usually a very dangerous hitter. He's been red hot of late. 10 home runs, 36 RBIs on the season. Now kick straight around for the Angels. Callaspo off the line at third. Trumbo deep at first. First one on the way. Strike. Rizzo faced Downs last night. Grounded out to Howie Kendrick. Average wise.
Yeah, very close. Both against lefties and righties. Pretty consistent with his swing.
A 1 pitch. chasing the breaking ball. 0-2.
When you're more apt as a pitcher to try the exact same pitch again, although Scott Downs does pitch inside well against left-handed batters. A good opportunity to expand the strike zone.
Ground ball to the right side. Trumbo's got it, feeds Downs, and Scott Downs and Michael Kahn get the Angels out of it with no further damage. And the Cubs do strike for a run as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Chicago leads at 5-4.
Let's take a look at our Carl's Jr. sports update around Major League Baseball. Some superstar suspensions. There's talk about some major stars being suspended, potentially up to 100 games. The situation down in Miami. And welcome to Clayton's base. Clayton Kershaw taking the hill for the Dodgers tonight. 5-3 mark on the season, 1.85. But at Dodger Stadium, he's 4-2 with an ERA 1.38, pitching at Dodger Stadium for Clayton Kershaw, one of the best pitchers in the game. We're still waiting on Garza.
Yeah, we're all just waiting for Garza to get ready.
We can do the sports update for tomorrow.
Yeah, do you mind giving us a heads up what tomorrow's tease might be? On the off day, by the way.
Yes.
Halos traveling to Boston tomorrow. 3-game set against the Red Sox Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then 3-game set against the Orioles beginning on Monday. Garza 77 pitches through 5 innings, coming off a 1-2-3 fifth, which also included a couple of strikeouts. He's got 3 punch-outs, 1 walk, 6 hits allowed. Trumbo, Hamilton, and Kendrick here in the 6th inning. The Angels down by a run. Isn't there a time limit between innings?
Supposed to be 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 seconds.
Not being enforced here. Trumbo looks at a breaking ball for a strike. Mound and now the hitting area fully engulfed in the shadows, so I think that there's an advantage either way. Trumbo's 0 for 1. Bouncer back to the mound. Did draw a walk leading off the 4th. Oh-2 count. Mark Ofer's last 8 since he hit that home run a couple of nights ago. Sunday to be exact. Now the 0-2. Just got a piece of it. No, he swung and missed. The ball gets by Castillo. That's a strikeout, wild pitch. tip that you may have heard, that I certainly heard, is off the glove, not off the bat.
I remember a few games ago in Dodger Stadium, and Trumbo had a swing and miss and ended up scoring 2 runs. Off the glove of the catcher, Castillo here, off the catcher's glove at Dodger Stadium also.
The ball had some running action to it, too. So Rizzo will hold Trumbo on. Cubs shift over with Hamilton. Takes inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Josh has been on board twice, a double and a run scored in the second. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th inning and also scored. (1-0). Took something off. 2 balls and no strikes.
And this is when you're Josh Hamilton. You're hoping for a fastball middle end. He's had some pretty good swings the last couple of games.
Short lead for Trumbo over at first base. Nobody out here in the 6th. Now the 2-0. Way outside, an off-speed pitch. It just sailed away.
Boy, he almost had a quick pitch changeup.
Yeah.
That's the hardest pitch to throw on a slide step quick pitch is the changeup. Tell you what, you have to be patient at the plate too when you're facing Garza. Even when he's looking in for a sign, it takes a while for him to decide on the pitch and then deliver the pitch.
This being his 4th start since coming off the disabled list. Most pitches he has thrown in a big league game, 93. And that was against Arizona the last time out. At 83 now. Kendrick is on deck. Here's a 3-0. That's a strike. Apparently, Josh Hamilton thought perhaps it was ball 4.
I think it might have caught the lower part of the strike zone. Corner, Fox tracks, yes, outside corner at the knees.
(3-1). This one pulled over to first. Rizzo fires to second for 1. Relay back to first, and that's a 3-6-3 double play. 2 outs.
Crazy this game can go. It's a borderline pitch, could have been ball 4, first and second, no outs. Instead, you get the call that pitch in the outside corner and they end up getting a ground ball double play. Instead of having 2 out, 2 on with no outs, you have 2 outs. And then Howie at the plate, as hot as he's been.
Angels' momentum still goes back to that 4th inning pickoff of J.B. Shuck. Matt Garza wanted to give it up in that 4th inning. Kendrick takes the breaking ball low. Howie 2 for 2. 2-run home run in the 2nd inning, a single with a run scored in the 4th. (1-0). 1 ball, 1 strike. Cubs with 5 runs on 11 hits. They've left 7 guys on base. Hector Rondon getting ready now. The Angels 4 runs, 6 hits, 2 left on so far. Two and 1.
More likely this will be the last inning for Garza. And Richards will be probably coming in for Mike Scioscia here in the 7th.
Howie inside out's another base hit. So back-to-back 3-hit games for him. He's on board with 2 outs at Cayasco coming up now.
It's his 8th game this year in which he's had 3 hits in a game for Howie Kendrick. Well, even with a fastball in, he still has that ability to get his hands inside his body and go through with the swing and hit ball right field, inside-out approach. Successful once again for Howie.
Callaspo steps up 0 for 2. Ground ball to second and a pop-up to short. Alberto now 3 for 23 on this homestand. Overall 5 for his last 36. All it takes is 1 though. Check in of Kendrick.
And we've seen the last couple of seasons when a pitcher, especially a right-handed pitcher, tries to sneak a fastball in. That's the pitch that Callaspo could do the most damage on. And Garza likes to throw that first pitch fastball inside.
On 1. White Sox finally pick up the win, 7-5. Addison Reed stayed in the game, struck out the side at the bottom of the 16th. 1-1.
He had that mindset again. It was a save situation. It was 5-0. A lot of times you see that the closer mentality just doesn't have that same feel when you're not in a save situation. Gives up the lead, ends up being a tie game, but then 7-5 becomes a save situation in his mind, and he has a bunch of punch outs to finish it off.
5 hours and 42 minutes.
It's nothing.
Nothing. We're at that right now in the bottom of the 6th inning here. That's out. Or so it seems. 2 balls and a strike. (5-4) Chicago, bottom of the 6th. Howie Kendrick standing over at first base. (2-1) pitch. This one's out towards center field. Sweeney coming on, and the inning comes to an end. No runs, a hit, 1 left on. Through 6, the Angels down 5-4. And by El Pollo Loco, crazy you can taste. Top of the 7th here at Angel Stadium, 5-4. Chicago is on top. And Garza, the pitcher of record for the Cubs, and we figured more than likely done after going 6 solid innings. The Angels in the 7th will have 8, 9, and 1 due up. Here in the top of the 7th, Garrett Richards gets called upon by Mike Socha. First outing for him since he twisted his ankle in that squeeze play against the Astros.
Still trying to get acclimated to the bullpen role. He's been pretty good at times. Devastating fastball, 94 to 97 range with great movement both sides of the plate. Hard slider, hard curveball, changeup.
Garrett's last warm-up pitch sailed.
I like
Chris
that. That's old
Iannetta
school.
all the way.
I like it.
Here, Alfonso Soriano, think about this.
Yeah, dig into that batter's box now. That's the old Don Drysdale school of pitching. That last one, let it go.
Fortunately, the bull was not back there. Soriano, Harrison, Castillo here in the 7th for the Cubs. 11 hits tonight. Soriano has a couple of them. 2 doubles, lines this one out to left. J.B. Shuck coming on. Makes a sliding catch for the first down. Fans groups of 20 or more can enjoy Angels baseball for as low as $8 per seat. This year, take advantage of the exclusive group hat collection for select series. To book that group outing, just call 888-796-HALO or log on at angels.com/groups. 1 pitch and 1 out to start the 7th. Here comes a pinch hitter. David DeJesus for Scott Harrison. Harrison finishing off the afternoon going 0 for 2 and a walk. Also picked up a stolen base. Nate Shearholz. I saw DeJesus in the on-deck circle. Shearholz got the start yesterday in right field, went 1 for 4 and an RBI single.
Shearholz with 7 home runs, 23 RBI. The Chicago Cubs on base percentage of .315.
Loops this one out to shallow center field.
Well, they have that down.
Yeah, they do. A 1-out single. We'll go back and take a look at our Hyundai key to the
See if
game.
we can tap into what we saw last night. It's been a while where the club, the energy level up there to be able to pull off a late inning victory. Albert Pujols, two-run home run in the bottom of the 8th inning, provided that lead, and Ernesto Frieri held on for the save. See if you can carry that momentum. You don't want to fall too far behind. The Chicago club has a nice job of putting the ball in play.
Their 12th hit of the afternoon. Here's Wellington Castillo, the catcher, 1 for 3.
Shearholz with 4 stolen bases on the season.
First one on the way to Castillo, and it's down and in. James Russell, the lefty, is up and loosening. The Angels saw him for 1 inning last night. Iannetta, Shuck, and Ibar. 8, 9, and 1 for the Angels, due up at the bottom of the 7th. Shearholz with a pretty good lead over there. Richards will check in on him. Texas has scored twice in the 7th. They lead the Red Sox 3-1. Houston now leading the Orioles 7-1 in the 4th. Royals over Minnesota 3-1 in the 5th. The Rays up 2-0 on the Tigers in the 9th inning. 2-0.
And if you're Garrett right now, you can't be overly concerned with the running game for Chicago. You got to focus in on the hitter here. So you can get a ground ball and an infielder, get a double play ball, and get the bats going in the bottom of the 7th.
That game at Comerica Park was a 0-0 tie going into the ninth as well. Tampa Bay scoring twice off Doug Fister, went 8 in the third. This was in the air to center. Trout moving to his left is there. 2 outs. Shearholz heads back to first. And up will step the shortstop, Starlin Castro. Castro has walked, rolled into a double play, doubled and scored.
Rich throws the ball pretty hard over the first base, but that's a long throwing motion. Very difficult to pick off a would-be base stealer. You're going to try to shorten up your throw to first base. Quick footwork for him, but a long throw.
Pitch out. Surprise with the pitch out for 2 outs.
Now you're inviting him to be able to drive the steal for sure. You're taking that element away.
Looks like Shearholz was leaning over there. 4 stolen bases, been caught twice. Cubs overall with 32 bags. They picked up 2 today and a double steal back in the 5th. It's a 5-4 Cubs lead here in the 7th.
Which is looking to be able to get the 3rd out here. And focus away from Castro at the plate. The double his last at bat.
1-1. A double for Castro, his 13th of the year. With 3 hits that Vargas allowed in that 6th inning. Jason today not as sharp as we've seen him, especially through the month of May. 5 innings plus 3 batters, 11 hits, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, 5 runs all earned. An awful lot of attention to Nate Shearholz with 2 outs here in the 7th in a 1-run game.
You have a lot of those calls from the dugout as far as pickoffs. You do that on your own, but a lot of times it's put on to be able to make sure you keep Shearholz close to the base at first base.
Shearholz takes off, foul back 1-2.
Well, Castro had a pretty good swing at that fastball.
Two fly ball outs for Garrett Richards so far. Shearholz the pinch hitter, flaring a single out to center field. One-two pitch. The dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's going to go fastball right here outside corner for Garrett Richards. With that 96.
2-2 pitch. Foul tip and hung on to by Iannetta. The inning comes to an end. 7th inning stretch time here at the Big A. The Angels down 5-4. Controlled right field for Scott Hairston. The pinch hit Tom Diaz. We strike the bottom of the 7th. The Angels down by the score of 5-4. Matt Garza is back out there. Chris Iannetta, J.B. Shuck, and then Eric Ivar. Might just be a one-batter situation with James Russell ready to go.
Exactly what I was just thinking. Righty versus righty, then go down to the bullpen with Russell ready to roll for the Cubs.
Iannetta today 1 for 2 and had an RBI single in the 4th inning. Four strikeouts for Garza, 1 walk, 7 hits allowed. Cubs tying it up with a 3-run shot in the 5th inning by Cody Ransom, making it a 4-4 tie, and then striking for a run in the 6th inning as Iannetta fouls him back. This one coming our way. It's just below us. Oh, 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He's still trying to pepper that outside corner with his fastball, anywhere between 92 and 95.
Two and 1 now. .96 pitches now for Garza. 4th start since coming off the disabled list. Left lat strain that he suffered in February. Two and 2 came right after him with a fastball.
Kind of on a similar pitch his first at bat. He jammed him and got that ground ball up the middle for an RBI single for Iannetta back in the 4th inning.
Called strike 3. There's the first down here in the 7th.
Now it's time for a Coors Light freeze cam. J.B. Shock back in the 2nd inning. looking for his first major league home run. Originally called a home run, but replays will show, as you can see the baseball here, going by the foul pole and ends up in foul territory. Ball is reversed. They go in and check it out. Back in and say no home run for J.B. Schock, taking away his first major league home run. Free scan was brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light.
He's 1 for 2 today with a ground ball to short, an RBI single which he flared out to left field. One-0 pitch. 1-1.
Cody Ransom's had some good at-bats, some real quality at-bats against Jason Vargas. A double and a 3-run home run. Big swing of the game, really, for the Cubs.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball in there, 1-2. The Angels offense has not been able to do anything since that 4th inning. That was the inning in which they scored twice, 3 hits. Then the play. High bar on deck. 1-2 pitch. 2-2 now.
102 pitches thrown for Garza. He's got a better feel for his breaking pitch the last couple of innings.
He gained a little confidence since that 4th inning. Let him off the hook. 2-2 is hit well out toward right field. Moving back on it is Shearholz, and he drops the baseball. Schock will round second. He's going to try to go to third. Relabor isn't one. So instead of the second out, Shearholz just into the ball game as they go in and out of his glove. The tying run over at third.
Hit well again by Schock. On the inner half, he's had a couple good swings against Garza. Garza hoping that Shearholz would make it back. It looked like he might have lost the ball in that little ray of sunshine at the wall. Took his eye off the baseball. I don't think he saw it at that point. As a pitcher, you know, you think you're getting lucky, you're going to get an out. Instead, you're backing up a base.
They're calling that an error on Shearholz, 2nd of the year.
But I think he might have lost that ball in the sunshine.
I agree with you. The minute he steps into that sunshine is where
he's turning his head. He can't see the baseball at that point. He's not going to turn his head to be able to make the catch. He can't see the ball.
Well, Matt Garza is done, and he departs yelling into his glove. A pitching change. We're the 7th, 5-4 Cubs. really turned his game up after that 4th inning. But the big error by Nate Shearholz chases him from this ballgame, because I think if Shearholz makes that catch, I think Dale Swain lets him face Eric Ibar.
I still think that was a tough error to give Shearholz, although he didn't have his sunglasses on, he had it on his hat, but he reached up at the very end and didn't look like he saw the baseball.
James Russell, the left-hander, on in relief now. Back-to-back games for him against the Angels. 29 total games, 1-1 mark, 1.23 ERA. 1 inning last night with 1 strikeout.
Fastball's 87 to 92. He's got a cut fastball, slider, curve, changeup.
Ibar did not face him last night. Infield in for the Cubs. Good speed at third base and JB shot. Ibar's 0 for 3 today. 2 fly balls to center field and a strikeout. Eric hitting .234 from the right side of the plate this season. First one on the way. It is down low. 1 ball, no strikes. There were 2 on Shearholz, his 2nd of the year.
You always have to be aware of the suicide squeeze put on with Eric Ibar at the plate. Very good as far as getting a bunt down. And Shuck with good speed at third.
.1-0, way inside, 2 balls and no strikes.
Castillo was almost set up behind Eric Ibar, trying to see if he could get Russell to jam Ibar with a fastball.
Six and a third innings for Garza. 7 hits, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk, 4 runs. Responsible for the guy at third base, but big error by Shearholz. 2-0 pitch. Ibar pops it up behind the plate. Castillo giving chase and makes the catch. 2 outs. Eric chasing the pitch. On a 2-0 count, you're looking for a ball to drive there. Kind of drifted with it. Foul pop-up, and it's up to Mike Trout.
Nice play by Castillo to get back to that fence. Concentration to the warning track, and then reaches up and makes a nice play on the pop-up by Ibar.
Chris Bosio now is going to pay a visit. Over anxious Eric Ibar there. Curious visit here.
Yeah, I'm surprised at this one. Either you're going to walk Trout and then go down to the bullpen for a righty against Albert Pujols. You certainly don't want to tell, especially a young pitcher, to don't give him anything good to hit. Then you have a tendency to overthrow your slider or even your fastball, because you know, as a pitcher, you don't want to throw a strike. That you have a tendency to overthrow a pitch if you're told that.
Two outs, Shuck standing at third, representing the tying run here the 7th. 5-4 Chicago. Trout today is 0 for 3. 2 fly ball outs and a line out to first baseman Rizzo. Ball, no strikes.
We've got a sequence of pitches here. First pitch, changeup from Russell against Trout. I want to see if they're going to stay all off speed this entire at bat. Turned over another changeup again.
Albert is on deck.
Now the 2-0 pitch. Down and in. 3 balls and no strikes.
Dale Swain has his pitcher, young pitcher, throwing a couple changeup, then slider in. More likely see a right-handed batter, right-handed pitcher against Pujols if Trout walks here.
Rondon getting ready. And he walked him on 4 pitches. No movement coming out of the dugout. The youngster's ready to go. The youngster indeed. But, is a Rule 5 selection. I mean, if you don't want to face Mike Trout, it's interesting that he threw 4 pitches as opposed to just putting him on.
That is surprising, especially when you have Pujols, who came up in the 8th inning, got his first go-ahead home run in the 7th inning or later as an Angel. See if he can do it again. Hit 28 in his career with the Cardinals.
Throw to first.
But what it does as a manager, you put yourself in position. You have a lot of confidence in Russell. Clearly, right-handed batters are only hitting 194 against him, but you put yourself in position right away. If this does not work out for him, they're going to be questioning, why would you not bring a right-handed pitcher in to face Pujols here?
Good speed on the bases for the Angels. First one on the way to Albert. Off speed pitch. In for a strike. Albert 1 for 3, doubled back to the first.
When you're looking at numbers, Pujols versus lefties this year, this 176 with 2 home runs. Again, that's something you have in the dugout now. All these print out all these numbers in situations where you go to the bullpen or not go to the bullpen.
Oh, 1 pitch. Down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Throw over to first, and Trout back easily. Outfield straight around with Albert at the plate. Infield, though, playing at the pull. Branson toward the line at third base. Castro toward the hole between third and short, and Barney toward the middle.
When the one pitch that Pujols has had troubles against left-handed pitching, it has been the changeup. And Russell's thrown a couple so far.
Here comes the 1-1. Off speed, 1-2.
Be real surprised if Russell throws anything but a slider or a changeup.
The Angels handed a gift by Nate Shearholz on a drop fly ball off the bat of J.B. Shuck, standing at third with 1 out. Ibar popped out, though, behind the plate, and Trout walked. 1-2. This one's hooked foul as he broke his back.
Another all-speed pitch. Slider.
Russell trying to close it out for Garza here in the 7th. 7 hits for the Angels, 12 for the Cubs. Cubs taking their first lead in the 6th inning. And another 1-2. Off speed, line to center field. Is it going to hang up for Sweeney? He dives and makes the catch. The inning comes to an end. The Angels lead the tying run at third base. 7 in the books. It is 5-4 Chicago. Leading the charge at 43%. You got to bring back this Twitter poll question when we head to Wrigley in July. But just so you hear as to why Ozzy Osbourne is leading, this is the reason.
Go out to the ball game. Let's go out to the river. Take me in every nothing new. I don't remember.
It's like you singing in the shower.
That is beautiful.
And why wouldn't he be leading the voting? I mean, that's great.
That's a great effort right there.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult song to sing.
Defined effort. Here in the 8th, Kevin Jepson takes over on the mound for Garrett Richards, who went 1 inning. Gave up a hit and had 1 strikeout. 8-9-1 for the Cubbies here in the 8th. Navarro, Sweeney, and Barney.
Black Sabbath has an album coming out right now, right?
Yeah. Much of that, too, in there. Blah, 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 blah. Down to Navarro, switch hitting catcher and serving as a DH today. 2 for 3. He spins around to hit from the left side against Jepson. First one fouled back late on that 97-mile-per-hour fastball. 0-1 count. And the Angels given a golden opportunity. Bottom of the 7th, and the Eric Ibar at bat once again. 2-0 count, chasing that changeup.
You have to, in those spots, you have to be patient at the plate. Look for a fastball, especially when you're ahead of the count. Now, if you're behind the count 0-2, it's different. Now, you see right here, Navarro behind the count 0-2. You have to be in more of a protect mode, but when you're up 2-0 as a hitter, you're zoning in on one spot, you can get the job done. You don't want to be overly aggressive.
Oh, 2 on the way. Breaking ball, bounces that one out a couple of feet in front of the plate. 1-2. Jepson pitched 2 nights ago. 1 inning. With 1 strikeout. Overthrowing the breaking ball again. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You try to guide that slider. Just have to trust your mechanics. Don't force it.
Count remains at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pretty good pitch. Full count.
He missed by a whole lot. 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Here's the payout. Swing and miss. One out.
Backed it up with another good fastball at the knees. Are unable to catch up to that one.
Ryan Sweeney, the batter. It was his single in the 6th inning. It flared in left field and brought in the go-ahead run for the Cubs. The triple with a run scored in the 3rd inning. Bounces this one toward the middle. Ivar to his left has it. 2 outs.
And 5 for 8 in the series.
The Angels in the bottom of the 8th inning will have Trumbo, Hamilton, and Kendrick coming up. Top of the order now, Darwin Barney, the second baseman. Barney 1 for 4 so far today. A single with a run scored back in the 5th, and he had an RBI ground out in the 3rd. Picking up his 9th RBI of the year. That's a strike. One ball, 1 strike.
Kevin Jepsen has a very hard cut fastball. That one at 93 just off the outside corner.
Jepsen behind at the count at 2 balls and 1 strike now. Two on. Fouled off the right. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Halos headed, I should say, to Boston over the weekend. 3-game series beginning on Friday, assuming the rain holds out. Tommy Hanson on Friday, C.J. Wilson on Saturday, Joe Blanton on Sunday. Jerome Williams is now a member of the Angels bullpen. Did a terrific job while in the rotation, filling it for Jared Williams. Swing and a miss. Down goes Barney. 1, 2, 3 inning for Jepsen. Led the bottom of the 8th inning. 5-4 Cubs. Set to lead things off. Russell is still in the ballgame. Kevin Jepson had himself a 1-2-3/8. Mark Trumbo today is 0 for 2. Ground ball back to the mound at a strikeout in which he reached on a wild pitch in the 6th inning. He's also drawn a walk. And you figure that Trumbo will get the same diet that Albert Pujols saw in the 7th.
Change-ups and sliders down below the knees.
Change-up in for a strike. Blake Parker, Kevin Gregg. Gregg's on the left. Oh, 1 pitch. Breaking ball, hit in the air to deep left center field. This one is going to tie things up. Gone! A big fly for Mark Trumbo. It's a 5-5 tie.
Boy, the first home run that Russell has allowed this season. Mark Trumbo got an all-speed pitch, but this time it was elevated. Russell's been doing a good job the first 2 games of the series, keeping that all-speed pitches down. Curveball, hittable, and Trumbo did not miss it. 14th home run, 39 RBI on the season.
Josh Hamilton takes down and away. And it's 1 ball, no strikes.
And the baseball off the bat, 108 miles an hour off the bat again for Trumbo.
Hamilton skies one on the infield. Starlin Castro calls off Cody Ransom. 1 out. Well, for the 2nd straight game, the Angels coming back late in the ball game. Trumbo tying things up.
That baseball went a long, long way.
Yep. Here's Howie Kendrick. 1 ball, no strikes. Now he's had a 3-hit game today. 2-run home run in the 2nd inning and a couple of singles since then. Also scored twice. 6 for his last 6. 1-0. On the corner. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And the backdoor slider and got the call.
Inside out, this went into the seats.
He's so good as far as getting his hands through the baseball. Even when he's jammed, he's throwing a fastball inside, off the plate inside, still able to keep his hands, tucked his hands in and hit the ball to right field.
Looked like he went around, and he did. He gets rung up by Jeff Nelson. 2 outs. Hard-breaking pitch down and in. Let's go back to that Trumbo home run leading off the 6th.
Slow breaking ball, so you have to create all that bat speed yourself, and Trumbo certainly did. 108 miles for that baseball off the bat on contact for Trumbo. This baseball went a long way.
Cayasco 0 for 3. Ground down, a couple of flyable outs. Tied at 5 here in the 8th.
Trumbo can crush a baseball.
Two-0 pitch. Down and away. 3 balls and no strikes. Side net on deck. Doesn't see Cayasco get on board. Trying to prolong this inning a little bit. Turn the lineup over. To get into the 9th inning.
You want to make sure you have a chance to get Trout and Pujols back up.
3-1 now. Here's a 3-1 from Russell. Off the end of the bat toward first. Rizzo will feed Russell. Carrasco's 0 for 4. The inning comes to an end. Mark Trumbo, though, leading off this 8th inning, picks up his 14th of the year. A huge home run. Not only a distance, but of course in this ball game. 8 in the books, 5 times.
Well, I was rolling down the road in some cold blue.
The game up at 5 as we're here at the top of the 9th. Ernesto Frieri taking over for the Halos. That swing, that big fly by Trumbo tied it up as Ernesto going into his 24th game, 0-1 record with an ERA 3.28, 13 saves. Threw 14 pitches last night to get that 13th save of the season for Ernesto.
And one of these days, perhaps Volare will become one of the all-time closer songs.
I'm thinking about that. It's a good one. Especially that little stance and first step out of the bullpen for Ernesto.
Yeah.
Perfect.
We're going to have a pinch hitter to lead off this 9th inning. It was Cody Ransom's spot in the order. You got Ransom, Rizzo, and Soriano, but Luis Valbuena, left-handed batter, will come off the bench and bat for Ransom. Who ended up going 2 for 4 today with a double and a 3-run home run. Valbuena got the start at third base in last night's contest. Ended up going 0 for 4. He was also hit by a pitch. He was the guy that Ernesto struck out to finish off the 9th inning. Valbuena will stay in the game and play third. Hitting .248 on the year, 6 home runs, 17 runs batted in. 0 for 6 as the pinch hitter. Former Cleveland Indian. First one on the way. Off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Ernesto went 1 inning, had 2 strikeouts, 1 hit allowed last night. Darwin Barney had a single with 1 out. Kayas went on the grass at third base. Fouled back. 1 ball, 1 strike.
What, Cody Ransom really impressed me today in this game. A couple of really quality at bats for him. Been around the major leagues for a long time.
And that's the thing, at 37 years of age, knows what his role is. A pretty good pitch, just missed low. 2 balls and a strike.
And the longer you're around, you realize you look for certain pitches in your zone and you try to do damage. And he got a couple pitches in his zone and he did the damage.
That one caught the zone, it looked like.
That's a perfect pitch.
2-1. Off the plate. 3 balls and 1 strike. And he walked up. Leadoff man is on board here to start the ninth.
Bueno with one stolen base, caught once.
Rizzo's 0 for 4 today. 4 times he's grounded over to Trumbo at first base. Soriano's on deck.
Soriano's had some good swings this entire game. A couple of doubles, even this last at bat hit a shot to J.B. Shuck, who made a nice sliding catch in left field. Always been known as a streaky hitter, so when he gets one of those hot streaks, it's very difficult to get out.
Not a very big lead for Val Bueno over at first base. First one to Rizzo on the corner, 0-1. Frieri is the 5th reliever used by Mike Scioscia. Jason Vargas went 5 innings, gave up 5 runs. Kahn scoreless 2/3. Downs a scoreless 1/3. Richards and Jepson for 1 inning each. 0-2.
If you could somehow pull out this win, you got to give a lot of credit to Michael Kahn, what he was able to do coming into that game, picking up Jason Vargas.
2 big outs after the first 3 reached in the 6th inning. And then Downs got Rizzo to ground out. If you're Frieri, just go back outside a little bit further.
Well, you have to. You have that ability right now with that count at 0-2.
Lifted foul and out of play.
Put too much of the plate on that fastball. How about a baseball or 2 off the outside corner? You've worked hard to get ahead of the count 0-2. See if you can get him to expand the strike zone to get a swing and miss.
Valbuena just a couple of steps off the bag at first. Tied at 5 here in the 9th. Down and in.
He missed location by a lot on that one. Iannetta was fortunate enough to be able to get some glove on that fastball well inside after setting up away.
One, 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out here in the 9th. Valbuena working the leadoff walk. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Rizzo.
Conversation by Iannetta and Ibar to Frieri. Get back to your mechanics. Don't try to overthrow.
Two. Lifted foul and out of play. 30,171 in the house here at the Big 8 today. 4 o'clock start. A long ball game. Both starters gave up some runs. Vargas gave up 5. Garza gave up 4 through 6 in the 3rd. Battle of the bullpens now. Another 2-2. This one lined to left. Is it going to hang up for J.B. Shuck? He dives and he can't make the catch. Valbuena advances to second. So the first two have reached here in the ninth. And Soriano coming up.
He made a sliding catch against Soriano earlier in the game. J.B. Shuck in the seventh. Almost able to make that play. Fortunate enough the ball stayed in front of him. Almost an outstanding play by J.B. Shuck.
Now Mike Butcher's going to pay a visit.
Situation, you don't anticipate Soriano bunting here, so that you pretty much taken that out of the equation. You might see, though, a pickoff play put on at second base before a pitch is even thrown.
Valbuena is the base runner at second, Rizzo at first. Soriano today 2 for 4, a couple of doubles and a stolen base. 15 doubles on the year now. Both of those hits coming off of Vargas. First one on the way. Breaking pitch rolled foul. 0-1 count. Big lead-off walk to the pinch hitter, Luis Valbuena. A 1 pitch. Fastball, strike on the corner, 0-2.
96 on that fastball on the outside corner.
Foul back. They tried to elevate that fastball a little bit.
Soriano has that swing. He can catch up to a high fastball, though, especially away. It's a dangerous pitch against him. If you go away, keep the ball down.
Good power the opposite way. Valbuena not taking a very big lead at second. Inetta sets up outside, and then it's a fastball up and in. 1-2. 5 runs, 13 hits, 1 error, 8 left on for Chicago. 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors, 5 left on for the Angels. 16 pitches thrown by Frieri here in the ninth. 9 strikes, 7 balls. 1-2, breaking pitch, popped him up. Howie Kendrick drifting out. Calls for it. Infield fly rule was called by the first base umpire, Jeff Nelson, at the last minute. 1 away. Big out.
That's why it's important as an infielder to go back on a pop-up, because once that's called, that's an out no matter what. The right fielder's coming in and unable to make the play, then it's going to not be called an infield fly. So the infielder has to go back on the ball until called off on that play. And Howie did another good job on a pop-up in this game.
Up steps Nate Shearholz. Pinch hit in the 7th inning and picked up a base hit. 1 for 1. With that knock, hitting .290, has 7 home runs, 23 RBIs. First one on the way. Swing and a miss. Challenger with a fastball.
Just make sure you vary your look back at Valbuena at second.
Off speed, just got a piece of it. 0-2. Effective enough as far as location, but still you could tell Frieri they're slowing things up to get that pitch over as an off-speed pitch.
Yeah, still not quite comfortable trusting his mechanics. So he's slowing down his arm speed to create that break on the breaking ball. You want to try to avoid that, throw off the timing of a hitter.
Here comes the 0-2. Fouled off the left. Wellington Castillo is on deck. The Angels in the bottom of the ninth inning have 8, 9, and 1 due up. Iannetta, Shuck, and Ibar. Now due up 4. Oh, 2 pitch. Swinging, pulls a foul way out in front of that breaking ball.
I don't know how he fouled that ball off. That slider was off the plate by quite a bit, down and in.
Robert Palacio getting ready. I think you're almost doing Schierholz a favor there with that slider.
Because he can drop the head of the bat and drive it through the hole between first and second, go fastball away.
Popped him up. Third base side. Castro near the railing on the warning track. 2 outs.
That's exactly where you want to throw. Fastball away late on the swing.
So 2 outs. Runner still at first and second. Wellington Castillo, the batter. He's the catcher. 1 for 4 tonight. A single back in the 4th inning. Hamilton playing shallow in right field, as is Shuck at left. First one is lifted in the air to shallow left field. Eric Ibar is there. We're head to the bottom of the ninth inning. The Angels will have Iannetta, Shuck, and Ibar due up in a 5-5 tie. Chris Iannetta ready to lead things off. Keep in mind that after the last out, stick around for Angels Live, presented by your SoCal Mazda dealers. Michael Leaves, Tim Salmon, Jose Mota will break it all down for you. Hopefully it's a winning edition of Angels Live. Hector Rondon comes into the ballgame. 25-year-old native Venezuela. Rule 5 selection, 16 games. 6.38 ERA. Reported out, he's going to face 8, 9, and 1 for the Angels.
Not a two-seam fastball, sinker, 89, 94 range, slider, quite a few of those, cut fastball, changeup.
Rondon was in the Cleveland Indians system. Got up to AAA in 2010. With some arm problems, which resulted in Tommy John surgery at the end of 2010.
3 home runs allowed by him in this 18 1/3 innings pitch, though.
Balbuena, who pitch hit for Cody Ransom, takes over at third base. Chris Iannetta today is 1 for 3. Had an RBI single in the 4th inning. Nice job, too, by the way, by Ernesto Frieri. Down into some trouble. Had 3 pop-ups to get out of the 9th. First one is in for a strike.
It appears that Ionetta is kind of pulling off the baseball again. When he got back into that hot streak, he was hitting the ball well to right field, to right center field. See if you keep that hip in longer and front shoulder and drive the ball to right field.
0-1. That's downstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Eagles tying it up at 5 in the 8th inning. Mark Trumbull with a leadoff home run off James Russell. Went an inning and 2/3, gave up a run, had 1 strikeout, 1 walk. A home run, the only hit allowed. 1-2. Castillo set up back outside. Check swing on the fastball high. Did not go. It's 2-2 now. Another 2-2. Offside. All
of a sudden, as usual, Ionetta fights his way back into his count.
Nothing but fastball so far from Rondon. JB Shock on deck if Ionetta reaches. They get a pitch runner and then a sacrifice bunt situation. 3-2. Tap a foul.
So we just showed that picture of Dale Swain. He's done a nice job managing this Cubs team. They're still a couple years away from competing, but they do have some pretty good young players. And a nice job with the pitching staff. Future looks pretty bright here for the Chicago Cubs. They can keep these guys healthy.
Another 3-2. And he walked it. Leadoff man is on board representing the winning run. That's Chris Ionetta. Chris Nelson's going to come over and pitch run for Ionetta. Sure enough, right on cue, he jogs out of the dugout.
Ruby Shuck with 3 sacrifice bunts this year. Good at bat for Ionetta once again. Another walk worked by Ionetta. 34 on the season.
Rizzo holding Nelson on at first base. Chris quickly out with a big lead. Valbuena way on the grass at third base. Bunt takes inside. 1 ball, no strikes.
Undone doing Chuck a favor by throwing the ball in the inside part of the plate. That's a good one. You can bunt to the first base line and avoid Valbuena at third base.
You also have to pay attention if you're Chris Nelson with Castillo behind the plate. 2 pickoffs in this series at first. Chuck drops the ball to the first base side. Rondon picks it up. He'll flip it on to second. Barney Trumbull, the sacrifice, advances Nelson into scoring position.
And a well-done job as far as getting that sacrifice bunt down from J.B. Shock's 4th of the season for him. Forcing the pitcher to field the ball on that right side of the infield. You've taken away that potential throw to second. You get a force out. See if Eric Ibar could turn on a pitch right here. Go down in the right field corner and drive in. It's Nelson to win the game. And a lot of pitches on the inner half for Eric Ibar.
Rizzo playing deep at first base. Valbuena a couple of steps on the grass at third. Eric today 0 for 4. Popped out to the catcher. Castillo the last time up. Here's the first one. Breaking ball is low. 1 ball, no strikes. Outfield very shallow. Soriano, Sweeney, and Shearholz from left to right.
Some pretty good throwing arms in the outfield for Chicago. Important for Nelson to get a good secondary lead, get a good jump. If Ibar can get a base hit here.
Trout is on deck. Tied at 5 here in the 9th. Now the 1-0. Breaking ball in the dirt, smothered by Castillo, and it's 2 balls and no strikes now.
See if Eric has patience with this at bat here. 2-0 count. Last time 2-0 count. Expanded his strike zone, swung at a changeup out of the strike zone, popped it up to Castillo. Look for an area.
Nelson over at second base. Chris Iannetta worked the walk. Nelson, the pinch runner, sacrificed over by Shuck. 2-0 pitch. Looks for the strike. 2-1.
Well, it's clear that Eric's looking for something on the inner half here. Before his 4th career walk-off base hit.
Castro trying to keep Nelson close to the bag at second. 2-1 pitch, chopping towards second base. Going to be a tough play for Barney. Gets rid of it quickly, and they get Ibar by a step. 2 outs.
Well, that's some kind of play by Barney. Well, the transfer for the glove to the throwing one, that's why he's so special at that second base position. Well, once it's chopped off the plate, I thought for sure there's no chance you're going to make that play. You got a friendly hop, and he's able to throw out Ibar.
Dale Swain is coming out now. Kevin Gregg was warming. And it looks like they are going to go to Kevin Gregg. So with 2 outs here in the 9th and the winning run standing at third base, Rondon gets hooked here by Swain. And it is Kevin Gregg coming on in relief. We're in the 9th. 2 outs, tied at 5. With 2 outs, the winning run standing at third. And Dale Swain has gone to his closer, Kevin Gregg. They're trying to get the last out here in the 9th inning. They'll be facing Mike Trout. Gregg was with the Dodgers during spring training, got released on April the 3rd, signed with the Cubs as a minor league free agent. And he's done a nice job for them since getting into that Cubs bullpen.
His fastball 89 to 94, slider, split finger fastball, has abandoned the cut fastball, which has taken a lot of his velocity away. So strictly 4-seam fastball, slider, split finger fastball pitcher now.
An Angel between 2003 and 2006. Mike Trout steps into the batter's box. Here's the first one, a breaking ball down low.
One thing you always got to keep an eye on with Kevin Gregg, at times he overthrows his split finger fastball and slider. The ball is in the dirt. Chris Nelson's got to be prepared to try to score the winning run via a wild pitch.
17th game that Gregg has pitched in this year for the Cubs. 1-0 outside. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Pujols on deck. Two-0 pitch on the corner. 2-1. Outfield is back at normal depth now with 2 outs and Nelson at third.
What a great spot if you're Kevin Gregg, right on the corner at 93.
Castillo back outside. And that's another strike. Trout didn't like that call. 2-2 now.
See if this hits the exact spot.
Yep.
And it is.
So the count even up now at 2-2. Time is called as Gregg was coming set. Mike backs out. Trout's 0 for 3. A couple of fly ball outs, a line out. He did draw a walk in the 7th. Now the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Ball in the dirt. Castillo throws to first. And we will head to the 10th. Free baseball here at the Big A. Time at 5.
Tied at 5 to show you how we got to this point. The Cubs and Angels 5 apiece. Howie Kendrick, 2-run home run way back in the 2nd inning, scoring Hamilton, who doubled the leadoff inning. Then Cody Ransom, I should say, hit a 3-run home run down the left field line, tying the score at 4. Then with the Cubs up 5-4, Mark Trumbo home run to left center field. His 14th home run of the season ties it up at 5. That's what we are right here in extra innings.
Top of the 10th inning, Hank Conger takes over behind the plate. He will bat in the 8th spot in the order. And Robert Coelho takes over on the mound. Bottom third of the order for the Cubs here in the 10th. Castro, Navarro, and Sweeney. Coelho pitched last night, went 1 inning, gave up a hit, and struck out a man. Starlin Castro looks at the strike. Castro with a fly ball to right field off Coelho yesterday, pitched in the 8th inning. Sweeney got him for a single. Oh, 1 pitch. Down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. 6th extra inning game for the Angels this year. Yellow's 3-2. Free baseball is being played. Fouled off the mitt. 1-2 now.
Let's see his forkball right now. Headed to count 1-2.
John Navarro, the DH, is on deck. 13 hits for the Cubs so far tonight. That is just off the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. There it is.
That's not easy to catch. You can see Hank Conger's reaction. He has a different catcher's mitt than normal trying to catch that fork ball. It reacts exactly like a knuckleball. Little to no rotation at all on the seams. Swing and miss, first out of the inning. See that difference in the catcher's mitt than a normal one a catcher will use.
John Navarro takes low. He's had a 2-for-4 game with a couple of singles and a run scored. Two and no down. The Angels in the bottom of the 10th inning have Pujols, Trumbo, Hamilton coming up. They face Kevin Craig. Frieri went 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 walk. 3 pop-ups to get out of that 9th inning. 2-1. Took a little bit off the fastball.
You can spot the fastball both sides of the plate. You can elevate and sink a fastball.
A 3-1 count with Ryan Sweeney, the center fielder, on deck. Batting in the 9th spot today. And he walked it. 1 out walk, puts a man on for Sweeney.
Pinch runner.
So Julio Bourbon takes over. Bourbon with very good speed, the former Texas Ranger.
And 4 stolen bases in 5 attempts.
Sweeney's had a multi-hit game, a triple and an RBI single. Grounded to short his last time up. Looks at a strike.
Now Mike Scioscia has that option of a pitch out now.
Talked at times about Sweeney being a pretty good runner, but certainly capable of rolling into a double play.
He's hitting a lot of them for a left-handed batter, a lot over his career. A lot of ground balls to second base.
Throw to first, and Bourbon is back. Step off, and it looked like Bourbon was leaning there. Sweeney had back-to-back years in which he hit into 14 double plays in 09 and 2010. 127 in 2011, but 108 games. Oh, 1 on the corner, 0-2.
That was close to going through your motion without a discernible stop. Very close for Cuello. Make sure you come to that stop. You hear that bench for the Cubs barking on that one.
0-2, got him looking down, goes Sweeney, 2 down.
Good fastball once again. Sweeney looking for something different. Fastball outside corner. Well, he was able to paint the corner on that one, freezing Sweeney.
So 2 outs, Bourbon still over at first. Darwin Barney the batter. A hit with a run scored in the 5th inning for Barney.
We just feel that Bourbon is going to go on the first pitch here.
He does take off, and Barney pulls him through the hole on the left side. Bourbon does not stop running, heads to third. Chuck gets the baseball back in, and the Cubs have runners at the corners with 2 outs. Luis Valbuena coming up.
Well, a good jump too for Bourbon, but Barney again, another good swing. It's a base hit by Ibar short. Nine going through a series of signs. At this point, you don't throw the ball to second base. You hold on to it or fake throw second, then pump over to third base.
What's being talked about here?
It's that whole scenario, just in case Valbuena goes. You have to, I mean, Barney goes on this one. You have to make sure that you don't throw the ball back to second base. Pump throw and see if you can get Bourbon leading off third base. Barney's got 2 stolen bases on the season, pretty good speed. Just trust Cuello will be able to get Valbuena out here himself. They're not even going to hold him on here, taking that equation out.
Valbuena, left-handed batter, opting to take the defense with Trumbo deep at first base. Cayaspo playing in over at third. Barney takes off, and the first one's outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Now the hope is that it doesn't come back to bite you. Should a single fall in there, instead of a 1-run deficit, becomes a 2-run deficit.
Or potentially taking out a forced play at second base on a tough play in the infield.
Valbuena pinch hit in the 9th inning against Ernesto Frieri. Worked a walk. 1-0. Outside. 2 balls and no strikes. This is the guy you want to get. You got Rizzo on deck. Well, the 6th reliever used by Mike Scioscia. (2-0). 2-1. Only guys not used so far tonight, De La Rosa and Jerome Williams. Bourbon, the pinch runner over at third base. Darwin Barney at second. Tied at 5 here in the 10th. 2 outs. Two 1 pitch. Down and away. 3 balls in the strike. Mark Trumbo tying things up at 5 with a leadoff home run to start the 8th. Coelho trying to keep it right there. 18 pitch innings so far. Here comes the 3-1. Valbuena swinging a miss. That wasn't just a swing for a little flare hit.
And he go right back with a fastball. 3-1 count, hitters count. He certainly didn't get cheated on that one.
Do you take the chance on the fork ball?
No, I'm going fastball.
Fastball. The 3-2. He's got a piece of it, keeps his at-bat alive. And reset and do it again.
Because Coelho has the ability to cut his fastball and sink his fastball, so he gets two different pitches with that same general velocity, anywhere between 90 and 94.
Get that fork ball grip, as he always does as he gets a shine.
The reason why you do that is because when you bring it into the glove, you can make that movement with your wrist much easier the other way to close up for a fastball.
And he walked it. So they're loaded out for Rizzo.
Now you have a force out at any base. But a very dangerous hitter here in Rizzo.
1 for 5 today. Got a single in the 9th inning. That was that liner out to left field that J.B. Shuck just could not get the glove under. No place to put him. First one on the way. It's upstairs. 1-0. Borbon at third, Barney at second, Valbuena at first. Conger's going to go on and talk things over. Jerome Williams begins to loosen.
And Jerome has been very effective out of the bullpen, but a little different feel for him now as far as he tries to get ready quickly. As a member of the bullpen as compared to the routine you have as a starter, which he's been doing of late.
Coelho struck out Castro to start the inning, then walked Navarro. Borbon took over as a pinch runner, struck out Sweeney. Single to Barney, now the walk to Valbuena. The 1-0 pitch, way outside, 2 balls and no strikes, not even close.
You know, difficult task when you try to aim a pitch. Very difficult to throw a strike with it.
Hitters count at 2-0.
We'll challenge you with 91. Have to. Again, I think you can go upstairs against Rizzo. The way his hands are situated in his stance. A lot of movement to be able to try to catch up to a high fastball.
Two-one pitch to Rizzo. This one pulled past Trumbo and headed toward the corner. 2 runs, if not 3, will score. And it's a bases clearing double, and the Cubs lead at 8-5. 2 big walks in the inning by Robert Coelho leads to the double by Rizzo.
There's a reason why he's so effective as far as extra base hits. Once again, an extra base hit for Rizzo. Well, during this sequence, fastball up. Back it up, put another fastball that runs away, then challenge him, fastball up, gets a swing and miss. Then on a 2-1 pitch, inner half, quick throw, exactly where his hands are located. That's why he was able to get the good part of the bat on the ball and gets another double, his 18th double the season, and now 39 RBI for Rizzo.
Mike Scioscia's coming out. That's going to be it for Coelho. Jerome Williams is ready to go. We're going to have ourselves a pitching change here in the 10th, but damage done. 3 runs in on that bases clearing double by Anthony Rizzo, now with 39 runs batted in. And the Cubs with an 8-5 lead. Position. First relief appearance is April the 29th. Did a terrific job as a starter for the Angels. He'll face Alfonso Soriano. Interesting in that Coelho came out for the second straight night if Jerome was available. But now it's a little bit tardy as finally Rizzo hit so many ground balls to first base.
Yeah, 4 of them during the course of the game. Then his 5th at bat. That's why we were looking at each other when Valbuena ended up walking. Scary at bat for Rizzo coming up because he hit that ball to left field for a base hit. That means he was getting his swing back. We'd hope he'd get hot once he got out of town. But Rizzo is the reason why he has all these extra base hits this year and why he's going to be part of this future for a long time for Chicago. Came through with a bases clearing double.
Alfonso Soriano the batter. First one's down low. 1 ball, no strikes. Soriano 2 for 5. A couple of doubles and a stolen base. Carlos Marmol is getting ready now for Chicago. 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Long look in for Jerome here. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Soriano tired of waiting.
Coelho's been so good out of the bullpen for the Angels, but tonight those couple of walks came back to bite them.
2 left-handed batters, Navarro and Valbuena. 1-1 pitch. Soriano swinging a miss, 1-2. Really, the one to Valbuena is the one that hurts the most. A .248 hitter, 2 walks tonight. Frieri walked him late off the 9th inning, and then a 2-out walk here by Coelho in the 10th.
Hasn't been real effective as far as hitters hitting with runners in scoring position either this year for Chicago.
See what the Angels offense can do at the bottom of the 10th with Pujols, Trumbo, Hamilton, and Kendrick due up. Assuming you get that far to Howie. In the air to right. Playable for Hamilton, has to come in now. And the inning comes to an end, but not before the Cubs drop a 3 spot on the Angels. We'll head to the bottom of the 10th. It is 8-5 Cubs. Rizzo here at the bottom of the 10th. Albert Pujols, Mark Trumbo, Josh Hamilton to face Kevin Gregg. Still in the ball game. Marmol is getting ready in the bullpen, though. Gregg came on with 2 outs in the 9th inning and the winning run standing at 3rd. And struck out Mike Trout. And did so after falling behind at 2 balls and no strikes.
Came to the outside corner on back-to-back fastballs at the knees.
Albert 1 for 4, had a double back in the first. It's a breaking ball for a strike. Evens the count up at 1 ball, 1 strike. Gregg doesn't waste a whole lot of time. Now to this one out towards shallow right field. Shearholz, the right fielder, is there. 1 away.
Kevin Gregg has done a nice job since coming to the Cubs, though, when you look at his numbers. Abandoning that cut fastball, which took away a lot of the velocity on his fastball, has helped him out this year. Just basically going with slider, fastball, splitter.
Trumbo 1 for 3, homer to tie things up at 5 in the 8th inning. No 1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And it is 0-2.
Well, you can see that look back to Trumbo because that first pitch fastball on the outside corner didn't necessarily like it, but then it's forced him to swing at that fastball away.
One ball, 2 strikes. Trying to get him to chase that breaking ball.
Surprised he didn't go with a fastball again away. Maybe a baseball or 2 off the corner. If Trumbo can get it going once again, tie the game up with that swing to lead off the 8th.
This one out to the alley of left center field. Nobody's going to get this one. This one is gone. Second big fly of the ball game for Mark Trumbo. And the Angels now trail at 8-6.
just like that, Trumbo now 15 home runs, 40 RBI on the season. And to being behind in the count also 1-2. They're so strong. Baseball just jumping off his bat once again. Left center field, second home run of the game.
Here's Josh Hamilton. Takes outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Hamilton 1 for 4. Had a double with a run scored back in the second. Scored a run in the fourth inning as he reached on the fielder's choice. Third career multi-homer game for Trumbo. Kendrick on deck. 1-1 pitch. 1-2.
And that was the home run by Trumbo. The hit speed 96 miles per hour off the bat. Early in the game, 108 for Trumbo.
Two and two down. Run that two-seamer on the inside part of the plate. Two down. Hamilton goes down on the breaking pitch. The Angels down to the last out here. 8-6 game in the 10th.
Well located by Kevin Gregg. The baseball went straight down. 86-mile-an-hour pitch.
Howie's had a nice night. 3 for 4. Home run and 2 singles, 2 runs batted in.
His batting average up to .314.
1 ball and strike. Angels on the verge of having a very poor homestand. After it started off so promising, winning the first 2 against the Dodgers. Lost today, it would make it a 3-5 homestand. As that is lined to right. The Angels still with an opportunity here. A 4-hit game for Howie Kendrick.
First of the year for Howie. And again, that simplified approach for Howie Kendrick, rewarded with another single in the right field. 3 singles to go with his 2-run home run in the second inning. All to that side of the field.
Yep. Callas was 0 for 4. 2 ground outs, 2 fly ball outs. Balbuena way off the line over at third base. 1-0 count. And Conger is on deck. Hit by Howie, the 10th for the Angels. 2-0 now. Kendrick with his 10th career 4-hit game.
Kevin Gregg, not real good numbers in his career versus the Angels, his former team. 0-1 with a 5.73.
2-0 pitch. Off the plate, 3 balls and no strikes.
Be Kevin Gregg's last batter.
Howie takes off and he walked it. So the tying run is on base now. And Hank Conger comes up representing the winning run. Chris Bosio is going to come out and talk things over. He mentioned might be the last batter. Carlos Marmol is no longer warming up. He's sitting down, so it's Kevin Gregg for a bust here.
Surprising because Kevin Gregg can get wild. And Hank Conger with his swing, if he get that fastball in the inner half, baseball would go a long way. He's looking to turn on one right now.
Hank batting .250 on the year with 3 home runs and 8 runs batted in. .286 average from the left side. took over defensively from Chris Iannetta. Remember, Chris Nelson came on as a pinch runner for Iannetta in that 9th inning.
The 2-run home run against the Astros just the other day in the 9th inning.
Brendan Harris is going to pinch run for Alberto Callaspo. Nobody left on the bench for the Angels. Good opportunity for Hank to kind of redo that strikeout looking against Jose Veras back in Monday's finale against the Astros. 2 on, 2 outs. Breaking ball is in for a strike. Trumbo with a solo home run to make it 8-6. Hamilton struck out. Kendrick with a base hit. Callaspo with a walk. 0-1 pitch. And a miss. 0-2.
Right now, I'd be completely surprised if Kevin Gray throws anything but a slider or a split finger fastball. If you're the base runners, you look, see, make sure this baseball, if it's in the dirt, you can advance. Both of you get in scoring position.
Fastball low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Using odds that you hear the Cubs fans down at first base line.
One of those for effect pitch. 92 off the plate.
Now the 1-2 in the dirt, blocked by Castillo. Overthrown there.
You can see they did another shot. That's very difficult to block. That was well in front of the plate. That's split finger fastball.
Count even up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kendrick at second. Brendan Harris, the pinch runner, over at first. Now Gregg and Castillo unable to get on the same page as far as signs are concerned. Pitches thrown by Gregg so far. Now the 2-2. Outside, full count.
That's
the
huge.
base runners going here.
Huge right now. You mentioned that base runners will be able to go on the pitch.
J.B. Shuck is on deck. Bottom of the 10th. 2 outs. Runners go. The 3-2 is swing and a miss. The Cubs take the finale of this 2-game set by the final of 8-6.
Well, and that swing there by Anthony Rizzo with the bases loaded against Robert Cuello down the line. The big difference maker, Kevin Gregg, was not going to give in. Even though it was a 3-2 count, the runners are going. He wasn't going to serve a fastball up to Hank Conger. Stayed with his slider and the swing and miss. The Cubs win the second game and split the 2-game series with the Eagles 1 apiece. 8-6 extra inning game. The Cubs are able to pull that one out.
The Halos finish off the homestand with a 3-5 record. It is Kevin Gregg picking up the win. Robert Cuello taking the loss. 8-6 the final. Stick around. Angels Live is coming up next with Michael Eaves and Tim Salmon.